Invierte en tu futuro.
Estudia en FUNDES del Espinal. Derechos, licenciatura en Lengua Extranjera Inglés, tecnología en regencia de farmacia y especialización en educación e intervención psicoeducativa.
Becas, descuentos y convenios.
Llama ya al 320-225-4010.
Institución sujeta a inspección y vigilancia por el Ministerio de Educación Nacional.
We now officially open our International Congress. Let's us take a moment of reflection and unity as we listen the national anthem of Colombia, a representation of our shared responsibility to educate, innovate, and contribute to national growth.
A continuación, los invitamos a disponerse con respeto y atención para dar inicio oficial a nuestro Congreso Internacional. Escucharemos el himno de la República de Colombia como símbolo de nuestra identidad nacional, nuestra memoria colectiva y el compromiso con el país que educamos desde las aulas. En primer lugar, himno de la República de Colombia. Seguimos con el himno a nuestra alma mater, FUNDES.
No es un himno que cante en tus glorias, y esas glorias están por venir. Es un canto de amor y esperanza que te augura victoria sin fin. Funde sí estimula al alumno a vivir en perfecta hermandad. Los valores propuestos son luces, el respeto, el amor, la verdad. No es un himno que cante en tus glorias, y esas glorias están por venir. Es un canto de amor y esperanza que te augura victoria sin fin. Monseñor Abraham Escudero, corazones y mentes abrió. que el mundo responda y haga vida la palabra de Dios. Es un himno que canten tus glorias, y esas glorias están por venir. Es un canto de amor y esperanza que te augura victoria sin fin. El Tolima y la Iglesia agradecen sacrificios que muchos harán por hacer de FUNDES un ejemplo de virtud, honradez, lealtad. No es un himno que canten tus glorias, y esas glorias están por venir. Es un canto de amor y esperanza que te augura victoria sin fin. Verte amada en mi patria es mi anhelo, verte honrada aquí en mi nación. Son los votos que hacemos tus hijos, porque luzcas insigne blasón.
Sentar, porfa, gracias. We are pleased to begin our fifth conference, a space to reflect on pedagogical practice in second language teaching, led by teacher Flor Ángela Escalante Torres. Professor Flor has a degree in English from the University of Tolima and a master's degree in pedagogical mediation in English language learning. Please welcome her with a warm round of applause.
Nos complace dar inicio a nuestra primera conferencia, un espacio para reflexionar sobre las prácticas pedagógicas de enseñanza de una segunda lengua a cargo de la docente Flor Ángela Escalante Torres. La profesora Flor es licenciada en inglés de la Universidad del Tolima, magíster de mediación pedagógica en el aprendizaje del inglés. Por favor, recibámosla nuevamente con un fuerte aplauso.
Hello? Yes? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for being here. It's a pleasure for me, first of all, to be here with you and share all my knowledge in this space. So, okay, thank you. Okay, before to start, I want to introduce myself. As my partner said at the beginning, my name is Ángela Escalante Torres, and I am an English teacher. I study at the University of Tolima, and English teacher. And I did a master's degree as well in pedagogical mediation in the English learning at the UNAT. And I have been English since 20, I don't remember well, let me see, 2017, I think, yes. Around 8 years of experience. Okay, and thank you. And before to start, I want to breaking the ice, as I say. I want to do a little game for you. So I want to hear you, and I want just in one word, okay? Think in just in a word in English What do you expect? What do you expect from this conference? Yes, expectations. In just one word, for example, learning, experience, I don't know, whatever words, but just in one word in English. Okay, so who wants to start? Who wants to share with us? What do you expect from this experience? And I hope at the end of this conference, achieve that expectations. Okay, yeah. Love. Oh. Okay, yeah, romantic.
Knowledge, it's my word.
Yes,
Yes.
good, thank you. Okay, we have here, over there, we have a
Acquire experience.
okay, yes, experience, very important.
Can you repeat the question?
What do you expect from this conference? What do expectations? Just in one word. Yeah, just one word.
Just one word.
Just one word, no more.
Oh my God.
Learnings can be, why not? Learnings, experience, knowledge.
Be engaged in
Okay.
in those. My goodness.
Engage. Okay, don't worry. Don't worry. It's just in one word. Okay, no more. Thank you. I would like to move on the dictionary, but okay. Ay, con el micrófono para no moverse, ¿vale? Moverse. Okay. Hello. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so yes, you got the point. I'm going to share with you experience. I'm going to talk about theory or something like that, because one thing here in the classroom is the theory, and it's good, it's excellent, but when you go at the classroom, it's totally different. So believe me, in these 8 years, oh my God, you say, but what happened? One thing is the theory, and the other thing is the reality. Yes, but that's okay. There in that moment is when our job take substance, take the principal idea, because you have to change all the theories in that constant and move it and construct, and it's very difficult but not impossible, guys. So I have too much experience, but in this moment I bring in this conference a strategy, and I'm going to talk about motivation. Why motivation? Because I think it's very important, this part, before to start the classes. Why? Because when you go on the class, I don't know if you have had classes. Are you teachers or just okay, pedagogic part? Okay. And I don't know if you have felt like the students' motivation, yes, lack of motivation, and yes, it's very difficult, I know, But you have, before to start the classes, the first thing you have to do is motivate and move the students, because if you don't achieve to move the student, I think the class is going to lose. Yes. So for that reason, I bring this topic, a pedagogical strategy for enhancing student motivation in the EFL classroom. Next presentation, please. But how? I know you are going to say, but how to motivate the students? There are many things, many. I don't bring here I don't bring here just one, or I don't want to say this is the clue, this is the key. No, it's just one idea, because it depends on the contents, it depends on the students' interest, likes, many things. Yes. So I bring here one strategy that works for me. Yeah. I don't know, maybe for you as well, or don't. It depends on you. It depends on the students. It depends on the contents, likes. So when you go at this classroom, you are going to find what is that thing that you need to achieve the class. So a project, I applied a project because one of the things when you apply a project is that students take the main roles, and they are the real participants, and they have to move. Believe me, they have to move. It's not the traditional class. The traditional class are good as well. But if you want, as teachers, the students move and they participate and they take the roles and they speak, you have, as teachers, you have to have the students move. But how? Involve them. Okay. So project for me is good. Why? For example, I have in my projects that I apply, I applied three phases. I just bring one example. The first phase is called beginning the project. So what you have to do in this moment, in this part of the project. So the first part you have to say them is, okay, guys. So I'm going to do this question for you. What topic would you like to work on the English classes? Yes. ¿Qué problemática escolar consideran importante indagar y darle solución desde el inglés a nosotros? ¿Qué tema les gustaría abordar en la clase de inglés? What topic? Immediately they are going to say, oh my God, I have to think what I expect from these English classes. And they are going to start to think about it, what really I want. English is very important to know the rules and grammatical. Yes, I know it's very important. But at the same time, it's very important to know what they expect, because in that part, then they are going to move. What scholar problems do you consider important to work on and give a solution from the English classes? Or similar questions can be. No apply this question. You can create other questions. I did this, and they start to think about it. And some results that I got was, they say, okay, we can explore, investigate about the dumped waste. Too many papers on the floor. The library as well. The lack of communication, the school transport and food. They found all those problems in their schools. Okay, and other problems as well. Okay, they talk with their partners, with the classmates, and they decide to work on how to improve good communication with my partners. Okay, so that's the second phase. The second phase is developing the project. Students investigate about the topic and set up a strategy for mitigate the problem. No solution, because we don't have a solution. I think that we have how to mitigate that situation. Okay. And obviously you have always, as teacher, you have to close with them and orientate them. Okay, always close to them and explain them and how to do the things, help them, like mediations. Okay, then they found they research on the web. They asked to other teachers how to have a good communication with their partner, because they had some problems. Because in that moment when I applied this project, I work in a rural area, so they had some problematics about no. Okay, excuse me. The third phase is concluding the project. So students apply this. Hello, help. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, so can you please, next presentation, next slide. Thank you. Okay. What did they did was apply. They become like a mini teachers. Okay. They say, teacher, I want to be a teacher and improve this problematic that we have. So what they did was being mini teachers. And they create 3 sessions. Each session, for example, in this first session, they created 4 games. And the second session, 3 games. And the third session, 3 games as well. So they decided to work the communication through games, because, you know, teenagers still like games. We are adults, we know, but they still liked the games. So, and when you include games in your classroom, believe me, it's very joyful, it's very meaningful. And you can learn, teacher and students can learn English through games. It's good strategy. Apply them. So I'm going to read the first session. For example, warm-up, they decide to create a game called warm-up. So for ethical protocols, I had to remove the real names and supply for a code. MN means mini teachers, okay, guys? So mini teacher 1, 2, and 4. They were 7 students, okay? The sample were 7 students. So I have 7 codes. And mini teacher 1, 2, and 4 lead a warm-up activity asking the participant group to stand up and make a circle. They also made these commands with mimic so that the group recognized words in English. This mini teacher say, I said head, and the whole group had to touch their head. They use all the parts of the body. So I forgot to say this. They use, like they were teachers, mini teachers, they use a participant group. So the participant group, I mean, they applied these games with 6th grade students, okay? Okay, 6th grade students. They apply this activity with them. So when they say a part of the body, when the mini teacher say a part of the body, so the participant group have to touch the part of the body. This mini teacher say head, and the whole group had to touch their hair, and so on with the words of the shoulders, knee, neck, legs, belly, eyes, and hair. The participant group, I mean 6th grade students, pay close attention because these 2 mini teachers pronounce this word faster and faster. The magic word was, I say, if mini teacher 1, 2, or 4 didn't say the first magic word, the participant group didn't continue developing the activity. Mini teacher 4 said that the activity was aimed at activating them for the rest of the activity. If you notice, each mini teacher had a role. Each mini teacher says something, not just one mini teacher. All the group have to participate. Another game, introducing myself. After that, mini teacher 3 and mini teacher 4 introduce themselves using flashcards as a guideline so that the group realize how each participant group have to do it. To start, mini teacher 3 held an example with his information. My name is, all the participant group made a circle, and mini teacher were back of them, and mini teacher held them with the word my name is, and the participant group have to say the name and the age and a thing they like, for example, a sport or a game. Then he asked each participant group to introduce themselves. May you introduce yourself, please? Here, mini teacher 5 and 6 were close to each participant and repeated the phrase since from most students were nervous. Once the student introduced himself, he received compliment like excellent, very good, perfect, or fantastic work. you. Can you please next? Thank you. Okay. Free time game. After finishing the activity, mini teacher 1 and 5 showed 4 images and was related to hobbies and sports. The first image show was soccer sport. The second one was a basketball sport. The third one was chatting hobby, and the last one was listening to music. Then each participant chose his preference. Before starting, mini teacher 5 made an example. I like playing soccer. Mini teacher 1 say, I like chatting. Both mini teachers use the hands for making the mimic of playing soccer and chatting. Remember that communication is not just say word, you can communicate for your body language as well. So as you can see, they are games that your students can create, not just you. And in that moment is when students take the motivation, take the role, and they are active. When they create, when you put them to create something, teacher, please, not just stand up on the in front of your board and just write and write and write. Please put them to think. In that moment, the classroom doesn't become boring, because that's the problem. When you just explain and explain, the classes become boring and they don't feel motivated. Another game is El Pañuelo, handkerchief, and it was that game they created because they played in that place. And for me, it was good that game because it's like a line of a student here and another line here. And you can do it with whatever subject, or topic. Numbers, colors, part of the body, what else? Part of the house, whatever topic, verbs can be. And one of the students choose, for example, colors. Choose a color, blue, red, yellow, and so on, whatever colors that you want to work. And the other line have to choose colors. But remember, if the first guy that say this color, for example, was yellow, the other had to say yellow. Yellow, blue, red, and green. So in this line, yellow, blue, red, green, and so on. And the handkerchief, el pañuelo, in the center, okay? And for example, mini teacher or teacher can say, okay, color, and the other student have to pay attention. And say color blue. So the person have take that role blue, have to try and close the handkerchief, okay? So the last activity was about traditional game called handkerchief. Mini teacher 6 and mini teacher 7 explain the activity. The game consists in making 2 groups. To do it, each student say a number from 1 to 2. Once the group was settled, each student in the group was to assume a color. The same dynamic for the other group. The color used for this activity were blue, red, yellow, purple, and gray. You can take this game and change it for another topic. Mini teacher 6 say the color black, and the student that assume this color ran until the center of the classroom and circle a handkerchief. Then mini teacher 6 say blue, and students that assume this color run until the center of the classroom and circle the students and the handkerchief, and so forth with the other colors. The first person who grabbed the handkerchief was the winner. After, the other mini teacher 7 took the turn and started the sports category. As I say, you can do this with whatever topic. So the next topic was sport category, and part of the body you can do it. Okay, so I think that you can teach, you can choose these games, and you can teach verbs, pronouns, and personal pronouns, adjective. So what is the important here is using games for teaching English. I think it's more important than just stand on the board and explain. So using the games, gamification. I don't know if you have heard that word, gamification. Yeah, it's the same, gamification. But you can change it. You don't need just follow the phases or the theories. No, you can change according to your contents. Remember, it's very important to take into account the students' interests, likes, contents. Please take into account that part when you go at the classroom. Not just follow the curriculum. Yes, you have to take into account that, but take into account the contents, the students, their interests, their likes. So, and you can meet the curricula and all those likes that students really like. Okay. So, and so on. And the second session, please, next slide. Thank you. The second session was kind of the same. They create games because they thought that using games improve the lack of motivation. For example, the second session, the first game was recalling. So consists in mini teacher 1 and mini teacher 2 wrote in a flashcard, how do you say line in English, and what does line mean? Statements for recalling vocabulary. They ask, how do you say cuello en inglés? How do you say pararse in English? Thank you. What does blue mean? What does listening to music mean? The mini teacher 4 and mini teacher 7 helped to make some questions as well. Mini teacher helped them to pronounce that words. For example, how do you say? And they repeat, the participant groups repeat that words. How do you say? And the participant group say the answer. Okay, the mini teacher 4 and mini teacher 7 help to make some questions as well. For instance, how do you say azul in English? What does head mean? And what tense mean? They are some words that they pronounce. Okay, and so on and so on. So you can do it with maybe with what? With just one session or 2 sessions. So it depends on the students' wants. Okay. But here the most important is the students take, they are the principal participant. They feel like the principal actor, the principal character. So because when they feel that, they move, they create, and they motivate. And I found that Can you please next? Okay, another game was emotion or feelings, just games. If you want this game, I can share with you this presentation and you can modify them. So if you want, I can share this presentation. And I don't want to read all that. I think take too much time, but the idea is just is to show you how games you can as teacher produce sentences, how the students can produce grammatic. With this game, students can create sentences, vocabulary, and create sentences using present simple, verb to be, all that stuff that curriculum needs for students. You can teach them through games. Okay, so next slide, please. Thank you. Other game was 3 sessions. The third session, each session was a class. Okay. For example, I'm going to read this. Mimic. Remember, communication is not just speaking and speaking. You can communicate using your body language. And mini teacher 1 explain the activity. The first one consists on writing action verbs. Look at here, guys. Action verbs, yes. You can teach action verbs using games. For that, the Mimi was implementing so that they guess the word in English. Mini teacher 1 made the walk mimic. And the participant group, remember, participant group was 6 grade students. The participant group say the word in Spanish. However, they were to write it in English. So they look up in the dictionary and wrote them on the board. Mini teacher 2 did another mimic. It was it. They guessed the word easily and wrote writing without any help. Another word for guessing was fly. This one was done by mini teacher 3. They look up in the dictionary and wrote it on the board. Verbs used for this activity were could, read, open, and close. Another tip that I wanted to give for you is don't use too much vocabulary in your classes. Don't think that too much is better. No, just in each class, try to bring maybe 5 or 6 words. In the next class, other words is better, a few, but the idea is the students got the idea, got the teaching. Okay, and another game was word search. Can you please next presentation? Thank you. Another game was emotion or feelings. They are just games that they create. Okay. And they use, of course, English, and they teach, they taught vocabulary like sports, like verbs, part of the body, colors, and numbers, emotions. Yes, as you can see, you can teach vocabulary and all those things that we have to teach through games. Next presentation. So what learning outcomes did emerge from this pedagogical strategy? The results. Okay, games, good, excellent for them. But we as teachers, it's very important to know what were the learning outcomes. Learning outcomes. You know what is learning outcomes? Guys, you know what is learning outcomes? Yes, okay. You can say it in Spanish, please. What is learning outcomes? Resultados de aprendizaje. Good, thank you. They are very important because we as teacher, we need to know, okay, what were the results or what were the really learning outcomes? Okay, so can you please next? I found this. I found out that when you use different environments, students feel good. They feel well. I mean, classroom is not the only place. This space is not the only place where you can just learn. You can use other places, the playground, maybe other files, maybe the library. Use the other spaces from the school, okay? Not just the classroom. Taking roles. Wow, that's really important. When they take roles, they feel well. They feel like they are important. When you are assigned roles, you feel important. And combining English with games, they move. Because who doesn't like play? I think everybody like play. Yes. So I found that taking into account this, students move. And maybe you can find more other things. So as I say at the beginning, it depends on the contents. Each school, each student is different, and you have a totally answer from each of them. Next slide. I found some linguistic skills like declarative, interrogative, imperative, and exclamation. So maybe you say, but just games. You can use game, and using English, you can find this. Look at all that things that you can find. For example, they can create declarative sentence. Like what? Like, for example, when they say my name is, they say the name, I am. Here we are using verb to be. Here we are using present simple, present continuous, emotions. Yes. Imperative, like when we say, I say head, and the whole group had to touch their head, and so on, with the words of shoulder, knee, neck, legs, and so on. That's all imperative sentences. Okay, and what about interrogative sentences? Look at when they did some questions like, may you introduce yourself, please? How do you feel? How do you say feliz in English? How do you say triste in English? How do you say bravo, or whatever other word? And exclamations like good, excellent, good compliments. Yes. Look at all those stuff you can achieve through games. Next slide, please. And I also found these social skills. Social skills are very important too, not just teaching grammatical, all those stuff that we know that a teacher is very important. Just focus on grammatic, vocabulary, and all those tenses that we have to teach. So as teachers, we have to develop other skills that students need for the life. What other skills I found? When you apply games, you develop cooperative work, you develop leadership when they take roles, use body of language when you put some activity that a student have to move with their bodies. Giving instructions all the time. We have to give instruction all the time. You as teacher, you have to give instructions all the time. And helping, asking for help. This is asking for help. The student all the time is, teacher, have a question. Profe, tengo una pregunta or question. Okay. Helping others is very important that they develop that part, helping others. Feelings, emotions, and emotions. So communication, very important. All the times we are communicate all the time, not just with our words, but with our body as well. So as you know, gamification, it helps to develop tenses like verb to be, present simple, all those tenses that we have to teach as teachers, and help to develop to social skills. Yes. So what is my my invitation as teacher is try to do different things in your classroom. Maybe sometimes sound like rare, but try it. And when you try different things, you achieve different stuff. And maybe you becoming different teachers as well. So next slide. Thank you. Okay, my conclusions were implement pedagogical strategies so that students take an active role in their own learning. You can apply wherever pedagogical strategy, game-based learning, flip classroom, project-based learning, problem-based learning, teaching-based learning. And we have, you can imagine, we had too much theories that teach us how to teach English. But the most important is choose one of them and try to put it in your classroom. And another conclusion was interaction makes students develop more different skills. Social skill, linguistic skill, language, personal, professional, cognitive, among others. As I say, please put all your students participate in groups, and you can achieve different things, different knowledge. It's imperative taking into account the students' interests, like context for obtaining meaning learning. Okay, it's very important taking into account the students' interests. When you go at this classroom, the first thing you have to do is apply, and sometimes we apply a survey or a questionnaire. I'm not sure, it depends on you. But you apply this and you know your students. You know what they really like, what they don't really like, and based on that, you can plan your class. For example, if your students like sports, okay, try to teach wherever, for example, verb to be or present simple or other tense, taking into account their interests. All those things we have, students move. Okay, and I think that's all. Thank you so much, and I hope. Thank you. I hope to achieve your expectations. Remember at the beginning, expectation that you said. You say learnings. You say knowledge. I don't remember the others. If you want that I share with you this presentation, no problem.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hello. Okay.
I don't know if you have question. Any question?
Yeah. I have one question and one comment because, well, I'm a little bit impressed because speaking about motivation, speaking according to the motivation, is something hard,
Yes.
especially if we are researching or what or looking for results in our students. So I identified through all of your presentation that you didn't use not only gamification, you use something like a little bit of physical response, a little bit of scaffolding, a little bit of a lot of strategies, right? So that's why I am a little bit impressed, but I am interested in one question. Why did you apply this to your students? I'm asking for the purpose of this. Is something like a project inside your school or something related to the for the side?
Yes, I try to apply them all those my classroom because I realize that they move in that way. Because when I explain, okay, guys, good morning. Today I'm going to explain verb to be, and verb to be is first subject, this first the auxiliary, and they oh, that class is boring. So it's for that reason that I play this, and I achieve different things. So when I apply this, immediately they say, "Oh, I have to think. I have to think." Cuando ponemos a pensar a los estudiantes, ahí es cuando catch their attention. Okay, it's for that reason that I apply this in my classroom, and it was for me.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Oh, I
Hello.
have a question. Is the okay about this? How would is this how would you approach these projects in the classroom?
How apply? Yes, how apply this project?
Yes. How would you approach these projects in the classroom?
Taking into account, as I said at the beginning, taking into account the students' interests, the students' contents, and they likes, and maybe I spent like 1 or 2 months applying this project. I mean, no, I don't do it with all the groups, just when I feel the group really needs work on motivation. So how? And I applied this project with 10th grade and 11th grade. When I see that the students are like boring, like, I don't know, like they feel need extra energy, different challenge, I applied this on there. So, and it's a good way for the students that don't like pay attention, because when you go at the classroom, you are going to find students don't pay attention, students difficult to work on them. So, and it's when I apply this project. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have another question.
Okay.
Because I remembered something with the previous question. You applied something that it's interesting, and I apply it too to my students. I use puppets in order to catch the attention for
Okay,
the
puppets,
students.
good, yes,
Yeah,
we can do it.
and when I said now it's your turn, create a play, and you are going to be the teachers of the classroom. And my students were like, "Oh my God, it's my first time being a teacher."
Being a teacher, yes.
They felt motivated. But apart from that, they say to me, "It's good for us because when we are teachers, we need to know the topic." And they engaged to the topic. They decided to study, and I was a little bit surprised because the first group was the students which never work in my classes at the beginning, and that is something meaningful.
Yes.
And my question is, what, how your students felt when you say that they are going to be the teacher inside the classroom?
Yes, they say like, me, yo, teacher. Like, ellos se quedan sin palabras. I'm voiceless. Yes, really. Oh, I have to pay attention. Okay, and how to do it? Teacher, help me. Oh, I catch the attention. Yes, and then, but it's the first moment. It's just a first moment because they feel rare. I know. Remember when you the first time when you have to in front of your class was, oh my God, what I have to say. The first time when you teach, I mean, was difficult and you get nervous all the time. But then was relax. Yes.
Could you?
Good, yes. And yes, the first time was it was way rare for them. But then they say, oh, teacher, being a teacher is really, really hard, a really hard job.
Could you tell to us the most enjoyable phase of your projects, according to your opinion?
Another what?
I mean, could you tell us what was your? Let me ask something different. Would your best activity or the activity that you enjoy the most in your project?
In my project. See them to work on. Yes, it's good. It's good to see how they work, they think, and they propose idea. I think was good, but it was good see them play and take that role like teachers and say, for example, Juanito, pay attention. Say, can you feel that sometimes that I feel? Yes, teacher, we know it's very hard. Okay, so like poor, como decimos en nuestra lengua, póngase en los zapatos del otro. Exactly. Okay. Thank you. And use your creativity, guys. Creativity. Teach is use creativity.
Hello.
Hello.
What was your students' reaction to implementing this project?
What was
what is reaction of you students that applied this project?
Similar like your questions, reactions. What was their reactions?
Yeah.
The first time was like they made faces. They made faces. Yeah, they made faces. It is similar when a teacher, for example, when your teacher says, okay, guys, you have to do a project. You say, a project, or you have to teach this class. Immediately you make faces. Wave faces like, I don't like the typical word. Que pereza, que mamera. They say that words, but then when they take that role, they feel well. you feel comfortable because immediately you have to think. And when you have to think, you take that role, and you are part of the role, and you are part of your knowledge, you are part of your learnings. Immediately you are serious. You are serious, and you try to put all that knowledge in your teaching. So the faces that may say, or the reaction that you are talking about is made faces, but then they start to think about it, and they at the end of the project or at the end of the class, they feel comfortable, and they feel good. And you say at the final, you say, I really learned, really learned, because when you do the things is when you really learn. No, too much. Okay, try, and I listen to you.
Okay. Do you believe your methodology would change in the future?
What? Sorry?
Your methodology would change in the future.
That's it.
No, no, no.
Yes, just for her.
Yeah. Do you believe your methodology would change in the future?
Of course.
Sincerely.
Of course, the time is changing, so we have to change as well. So it's very important. Another thing is very important as teachers. For example, in this moment, the IA is yes. So you have maybe yes. Thank you. I have to change. Thank you for because I had to think. Okay, how to change these games according to the year. Yes, now is the year. I don't know, maybe in some years, it's not the year, it's another thing. Yeah, we have to change. All the time we have to change because the technology is changing, the human being is changing, all the things are changing every day. Maybe today one thing is true, but maybe tomorrow is different, and we have to change all the time. We have, as teachers, we have read all the time, okay? So yeah, maybe I have to change it. I have to think. Thank you for that. Okay. No, don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Okay. Thank you so much. And if you want, I don't know, maybe teacher Cesar can share with you this presentation, and you can modify, guys. Break, like we say, break the role. Sometimes it's good. Break that. If you have to follow this and this. No, you can modify according to the students' interests, likes, and contests. Okay. Thank you so much.
Ahora, por favor, la profesora Ángela puede subir un momentico para recibir el diploma y un regalo, por favor. We would like to thank Professor Flor Angela Escalante for her value presentation. Her ideas on teaching practice helped us to understand a little more about its usefulness and role in education. Thank you, Professor Flor.
Agradecemos a la profesora Ángela Escalante por su valiosa presentación. Sus ideas sobre la práctica pedagógica nos llevan a comprender un poco más sobre su utilidad y el rol en la docencia. Gracias, profesora Flor.
Now,
An applause, please.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we continue our event with a highly anticipated workshop. Please give a warm round of applause to Valentina Varela Muriel, a graduate in foreign language, English and French from Universidad Santiago de Cali, and a master in psychopedagogy from Universidad Internacional de La Rioja, UNIR. Valentina has over 10 years of experience teaching English to diverse populations, children, adolescents, and adults, which has allowed her to develop an inclusive, innovative, and student-centered pedagogical approach. Today, she will be presenting her workshop titled Generative AI in Language Assessment, Opportunities and Challenges. Welcome, Valentina. The stage is yours.
Damas y caballeros, continuamos con nuestro evento con un taller muy esperado. Recibimos con un fuerte aplauso a Valentina Varela Muriel, por favor. Valentina es licenciada en Lengua Extranjera Inglés y Francés por la Universidad Santiago de Cali y es magíster en Psicopedagogía por la Universidad Internacional de La Rioja. Valentina cuenta con más de 10 años de experiencia en la enseñanza del inglés en diversas poblaciones, en niños, adolescentes y adultos también, lo que ha permitido desarrollar un enfoque pedagógico inclusivo, innovador y centrado en las necesidades del estudiante. En esta ocasión nos presentará un taller titulado Generative AI in Language Assessment, Opportunities and Challenges. Bienvenida, Valentina, el escenario es todo suyo.
Hello, hello. Do you listen to me? Yes, wonderful. Hello, everyone. It's nice to have you here. My name is Valentina Varela, as the MC. The MCs helped us out to describe. It is also nice. Thank you. Hello. Oh, fantastic. Way better. I feel better. Wow. All right. Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me to this wonderful space. I was really anxious of coming, and I want to appreciate the invitation to the university. The other thing is, well, let's start warming up because I want you to be active. And part of the workshops that you've been seeing lately, and the last professor is like, you need to motivate your students with moving. So guys, stand up. Everybody stand up, stand up, stand up. Yes, fantastic. So I want you to raise your hands. Yes, both hands. All right, wonderful. Down, yes. Let's shake our bodies, please. Let's shake them, yes. Well, we're not exactly at a disco. Well, but that's wonderful. I love the energy. Okay, now let's say hello to the person next to you. Hello, nice to meet you. Maybe it's not the first time you see them, but please, it is necessary. Make some bonding. Okay, very nice. Okay, guys, have a seat. Thank you so much. All right. Okay, from time to time, I will ask you to move. So 1, 2, 3, we are going to be doing something, like maybe clapping, maybe whatever. Yes, so it's important. Okay, I'm very happy for this audience because you're on the way of being English teachers. Yes, and that's what I have always wanted, to have an impact on people who are on the way. And it's really important to me as a professor too. All right, can we move to the next slide? Okay, we're going to start with some opening questions. I want you to get this QR code first because I want to know if you had experience in teaching or if you have imagined having experience in teaching, to answer the questions from this QR code. All right? So let's wait for a moment. Let me know if you're in already. Yeah, I can wait. Actually, so before I change the screen, so we do it. All right. I can wait. Is everybody in? Yes, perfect. You have it there too, so you can enter in both QR codes. There's no issue with that. All right, here I present you one of the tools that you can use in conferences and also in the classroom. Slido was a tool that I learned about recently in a workshop in Cali. But it is very nice because you can use different ways of like making questions, polls, etc. Yes? Well, so what comes to mind when you think about assessment? We have special project, we have scores. Well, there's a lot of people participating, so we have to wait. Did you copy the QR code? Yeah, try, don't worry. It's okay, I can wait, I'm patient. All right, we have tests, grading, training topics, measuring learning and progress, okay. Yes, you're not that far. Okay, sorry. Okay. Well, so we have identify an achievement. Interesting. Oh my God, I love this. Okay. Progress, checking, understanding, improving. All right. A tool that you can, where you can take out a score. Yes. Evaluation. Okay. Well, but most of you, and that's the nicest part of this, is that you thought about scores, students, and evaluation mostly. Yes. So that's the most important part. Okay. Welcome for the new ones. Hello, hello. Okay. Well, all right. So, okay. A grading part from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Let's see. Knowledge. Okay, well, all right. So we have wrong. Is assessment wrong? Okay, let's see. We're gonna see in this process. Okay, so now let's move to the next question. I have 3 questions here. Yes? Can you please move, not move the slide, but move to the next question. There is an arrow. Now, the next question, you are in the same website, you're not moving. How do you usually assess productive skills? Do you know what productive skills are? All right. Basically, speaking and writing. Yes? So how do you assess them? How do you evaluate them? Yes? Through doing what? So that's what I want you to write right now. So we can start with some ground information. Okay, role plays, video reports. Okay, interesting. We kind of have the same strategy, guys. All right. Making questions to me if I'm assessing to me, or making questions to my students. Okay. All right. Remember that we have different ways of doing an assessment, no? We have a formative assessment, which is not necessarily that involves a score. And we have the summative one, which is necessarily a score in there. Okay, we have podcasts. Interesting. Essay writing. Oh, I love that. I teach that at the university. All right. Assessing by listening to students when they speak and reading what they write. I check if they can express ideas clearly. A lesson planning part production, always perform an assessment, storytelling. Well, very nice. Now, last question. If we went through productive skills, can we move to the next one? Now let's go with the receptive ones, which are Which are the receptive ones, guys? Basically, the ones that we just have, which is listening and reading. Yes, which is the ones that you don't really have to do something, like it's something that you have on disposition to you. Let's say you have a document. Yes. And, okay, you learn vocabulary, you understand an idea, so there is a reception of things. Yes. Same with listening. You listen to a podcast, you watch a video, same thing. Yes, it's the same cognitive process. Okay, wonderful. Video analysis. When you interact with the actions and question, if I am understanding, yes, exactly. I don't know if it happens in English classes here at the university, which is, I want to fill the blanks of a song or a podcast or whatever. Yes? Well, matching exercises, comprehension activities, multiple choice, true or false. Yes. Paraphrasing is also a way to assess comprehension. Yes. Mostly in reading, but you can do it on listening too. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Guys, I love your information, your contribution. You're part of this too. Can we move back to the presentation? Thank you so much. All right. Okay. Let's go back to why we are here. Can we pass it? Well, so to show you a little bit, and well, maybe you have heard about ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, and all these websites that are like, I mean, there's a bunch of them that you won't even learn how to manage them all. And technology is always, like advancing and everything. But at the same time, we need to keep in mind that we can vary our classes using this. Varying with our assessment as humans, because we as teachers, as humans that have creativity, understanding of the context, everything. But we cannot over-rely on that. Yes? So first, those are AI systems that generate new content. So for example, you can use it to create questions, to create even feedback, also text and images. I don't know if you've seen before that, I remember recently that there was a big scandal in the design area because there was this style of images where people were designing like, please make this photo with the, I forgot how to say that. That is Japanese, I forgot. Yes. So and then the AI transported that picture into that, and it's like, okay, and the designers realized, okay, so the AI is taking our jobs? Giblish, yeah, thank you so much, very nice. So sometimes it's necessary to use it, but we cannot over-rely on that. Of course, people panicked at the moment. Same happens with education. For example, in the case of English, and that's something I'm gonna show you later on, students, and you will find that, and maybe you will feel frustrated because people are maybe making doing the bare minimum, minimum effort in homeworks, assignments, and everything. My recommendation, guys, do it. You're professors, you're doing your job, and you're doing your best. But it is their own process that is being affected. It's not you, yes? Because sometimes, I don't know, is there anyone from third, fourth semester who is working already or not yet? Yes? Are you working as a teacher? In what school? Okay. And with kids? Yes, definitely. Okay. Well, you have fun with them, you create like wonderful activities, you enjoy them, but then you come to high school and then I teacher, but I can do that in ChatGPT in 5 minutes. It generates everything, but it doesn't mean that it's authentic. And that's the part that we need to focus on today. The assessment is also about finding the authenticity on the things we create. Yes? So, how can it be implemented? And I'm going to show you some examples today. We're going to have study cases, exercises, or projects that we can allow to apply AI tools and concepts. Okay, good. All right. Can we move to the next slide? Thank you. Okay, so I have 2 samples for you. At the university where I work, we have 2 simulators. This came from Centro Magis at Universidad Javeriana. And can you please click on the tutoring simulator, the window thing? Okay. So I'm going to show you 2 tools. The tutoring simulator, guys, is basically the something that could be used autonomously, even for you guys as future professors. Yes. First tutorial. Okay. All right. Can we click on inicio? Okay. So when you find ChatGPT, and of course I will share with you these links with further notice. So this will generate some instructions to follow this. For tutoria, or tutoring in this case, it says some commands that it say, okay, welcome to this. I remember when I learned this in a workshop that is about generative AI at the university, and I have to thank the people who were part of it. In here, they say what you need to have or you need to keep in mind for making tutoring sessions out something. Let's say you are English learners, and what is the most difficult topic in English? Reported speech, maybe passive voice, causatives, present, well, actually in present perfect tenses, okay. So if it's tutoring, thank you very much because that was looking blurry, yes. Okay, so it says, identificar el campo de conocimiento y concepto. It doesn't mean that you cannot put this in English, no? You can actually tell ChatGPT, please explain to me in English this topic, and it's possible. But you need to follow these steps. Then, your personal interests. That, for example, Professor Angela in her previous workshop said, try to identify the things that people like. That's totally wonderful because, I don't know, who are soccer fans here? Raise your hand. Soccer fans. Don't worry, don't be ashamed, that's okay. Soccer fans, what team do you go with? For example, what team are you supporting? Real Madrid? Okay. No Barcelona, no nothing like that. Okay. So let's suppose that in the soccer logic that you will put here, so you're going to see, well, I want you to explain to me present perfect, reported speech, or passive voice by using that content. And you will see that it happens. But give me a second. So then it says, I will explain the concept with an analogy and a brief conclusion. Yes. Then a true and false test with 3 or 4 questions. Let's start by doing it. So, por favor, escriba lo siguiente. Yes, yeah. We can say de una. Yes, thank you. Escriba de una, por favor. De una. Literally. Yes. Yes. It takes time, guys. Be patient. Guys, this is something important. When you are professors and maybe you're using a lot of digital technology and everything, be patient. Technology can be unpredictable. If you stress out, things will go wrong and the more philo will hit. Yes? Okay. Fantastic. Muchas gracias. So, empecemos con el primer paso. So, what topic you want to explore? What field of knowledge belongs the concept that you're interested in, and what's the specific concept? Va a colocar uno, ahí mismo en el espacio donde dice pregunta lo que quieras, le pones a present perfect. Let's start with something simple. Present perfect. And B, no, sorry. La A, you see, that's why, and that's the cognitive process you're using, huh? So, qué pena, tranquila. Okay, gracias. All right. It says, campo del conocimiento, English learning. Yes. And B, present perfect. Presente perfecto puedes poner. Que si es posible darle zoom porque no se ve muy bien aquí. No, it's not possible, guys. So I'm going to read it to you so you can see it. Don't worry. After, at the end of the presentation, there will be a QR code with my information so I can forward this presentation to you and you have access to this. Yes, so don't stress out. You see? We go with the flow, people. Okay, yes. Muchas gracias. So, we're going to work with the concept of present perfect. Now, ¿qué interés te mueve actualmente? What's the interest? Let's put, puede poner equipos de fútbol. Ponga equipos de fútbol en el chat. Así, así, no importa. Okay, so ChatGPT will generate us the following thing. It takes time. And the other thing, guys, is sometimes in the free version of ChatGPT, things will take some time. Yes, or when you saturate the function, well, that's why you don't have to rely too much on that. Yes, muchas gracias. So it says, imagina que estás hablando de un jugador estrella de tu equipo favorito. Let's say Ronaldo or whoever, Messi, whatever. So I'm not into soccer, guys. So, okay. In this case, it says, no estás hablando de cuándo los metió, which is pasado simple, sino lo que ha logrado hasta ahora, like the achievements he's got until today. Then we have won 3 championships, so these championships already occur, but the pride and the consequence of those victories are still present. Then the team has trained hard this session. Yes, so in this case, then we have the final conclusion. Can you see the function here? This is not something, and my recommendation is, this is not something that you have to do. Of course, if you have a projector and everything, fantastic. But you can send this to students so they can do it autonomously. Yes, because in the case of AI, it is necessary. Yes, all right. Okay, well, ¿puedo bajarle aquí para poder ver? No, como para que vean la parte de conclusión general y la puedan ver todo el texto. Tranquila, gracias. Ok, muchas gracias. So it says, es como el historial de logros de un equipo, refleja lo que ha hecho hasta el momento, no sin precisar fechas exactas, pero mostrando su impacto en el presente. So, in Spanish, so maybe for a person who knows nothing about the English and is a soccer fan, it will be clear. Yes? You can put whatever. Let's say makeup, I don't know, whatever. Music even. Yes? And there will be an analogy for this. Yes? Okay. Let's see the mini test. Okay. Le puedes poner no, podemos continuar. Well, this one works in Spanish because the GPT, this is called the GPT, is done in Spanish, but you can actually build it in English. It is an agent, correct. Oh, wonderful. Yeah, and I can imagine that it's a lot of information, definitely. Okay. Muchas gracias. So, it says, 3 affirmations. So, we're going to see. Present perfect se usa para hablar de acciones. True or false? True or false? Momento específico del pasado. False. Yeah, it brings something from the past and then the present. So, la estructura del presente perfecto es So, true. Okay, or verdadero in Spanish. Then we have, she has lived in London since 2010. That is false. Very good. So, aquí le vamos a poner solo las letricas. The first one is F, la F. Primero F, segunda B y tercera F. Okay, so it takes time, as I said. So this is the agent for tutoring, yes, which is for you individually, but then we have the conclusion. Well, it says correct. Muy bien. Yes, fantastic. So we pass. We understand present perfect. Congratulations. Fantastic. Podemos volver a la presentación. Okay, I want to show you, and let me see the time because I don't want to. I don't want to. Okay, ahora vamos al de experience simulator o el de experiencia. This one is a very specific one from a project I have at the university. I am currently teaching English 4, which means it's a B2 level at the university. Yes, I would like you to help me. Can I? So I can give these papers to people? Someone? Yes, can you pass it? Thanks. Pass one paper? Yes. All right. I want you to take a look at this. The idea in this case is that in that simulator that we will see in a moment, this is a, yeah, you're like, I know it's a lot of information, but I'm gonna tell you what comes next. All right, so this is a project activity that I have with a group of English 4, which is a job fair. And you know how necessary that is for people who have an intermediate or high level and they want to look for a job. Yes, so what I do is that I follow step by step with some deliverables, which is too long, yes, but at the same time, we're gonna try to practice how to work on a job interview. Clic en inicio, por favor. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. All right, inicio. Let's click on inicio. Okay, this one is an experience which is more like a passive interaction with ChatGPT. Yes, so it says, te pediré que me indiques qué competencia, habilidad o conocimiento deseas practicar. I can say, una entrevista laboral en inglés, and that's it. I can say 3 possible scenarios, then how many interactions and an event or a dilemma. Then we will leave the simulation. Now you can write de una. Okay? Okay. This is part of a material that I will share to you because this was actually an example for the university that they worked with this. So, do you have questions about the workshop in this moment? About what you're looking at the paper? Do you understand what's there? No. Like, I want you to look at it, tell me what you think. That's why I gave it to you away. Yes? Okay. So, in this one, for example, it says, ¿cuál es la competencia habilidad? Pongo practicar para una entrevista de trabajo en inglés. And, ¿por qué te interesa? Necesito mejorar mi desempeño. I don't know. Yes, whatever. You can put whatever you want. Yes? So, in this case, there will be 3 possible scenarios. Yes? So, me puede colaborar aquí con la respuesta. Puedes colocar, prepararme para una entrevista laboral en inglés, para una entrevista laboral en inglés y necesito mejorar mi inglés en ese contexto. Something like that. It's okay. All right. So based on this, you can do it with any knowledge, okay? Before we continue, guys, let's stand up again. Let's stand up again. Let's stand up again. Once again. Yes. We're gonna clap 3 times. Once again. Okay. Very good. Now we're going to switch the chairs where we are. Switch. Sit wherever in another place. Switch. Okay, move. Yes. No, but guys, you're not moving. Uy, no, but okay. That's okay. Well, you did your best. Have a seat. Thank you. Have a seat. All right. Okay. Guys, as it says, and this is real. As you're becoming professors, we become the worst students because we don't want to do anything. We're like, I know, we're too tired of this. But guys, believe me, sometimes if you get inspired and want to present something, believe me that you're going to enjoy it and you will have the potential to do it. I know you will. So look at this. So we have the interview, the context. ¿Puede bajarle para poder mirarlo? Ok. Rol de la IA, entrevistador de recursos humanos, rol del estudiante, candidato. Yes? So the AI responds to your needs. Yes? Okay. In this case, let's go with, there are three scenarios. There are three simulations. The classic one, the one that is with a twist, and I don't remember the other one. Improvisation. Yes? This is mostly typing, but actually this assistant don't do anything. No, solo para mostrar. In this case, this assistant, the voice assistant, will help you work with your accent, pronunciation, or anything you want to improve. Okay. Only tres. Okay, we're going to use the number 3, which is the one for, it says, exigent and not so conventional. So it says, okay, before, well, there is a lot of context going, yes. Okay. Ponle 2. Okay. All right. Okay. It says, breve pero intensa. What does that mean for AI? And for us? Okay. Ponle no. No. Dile no. Okay. So, breve y directa. So, thank you for coming today. I've read your resume and I'd like to get to know you better. Can you tell me a bit about yourself and what brings you to this position? What can you say to it? Anyone? If you are applying for a job, you don't know what job it is. It could be any job. Any job. Let's say that is highly paid. Highly paid. Let's imagine that. But you don't know what comes next. So how would you project yourself on that? What would you say for that situation? What brings you to this? No, I need a job. I'm hungry. I haven't paid rent in 3 months, whatever. Yeah, you want to say something?
Okay, so good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. I can teach, I can make coaching, I can use my voice to make plays. I can teach how to improve your English. And okay, no more.
We won't do this in the interaction, but I'm gonna tell you what's next. And maybe the next question will be, tell me how would you solve a next situation? Let's say you have a student with ADHD in class. It's very problematic, but he has good potential in, I don't know, games, whatever. What would you do in that case? I know that will be restricting their personality. No, I mean, in this case, for example, you would say, no, what I would do is call their parents, do a follow-up so we can accompany a psychopedagogical process and all that. Yes? All right. Podemos volver a la presentación. And then at the end, it will say, it will give you feedback. I'm not showing you this because it will take time. Yes? But as you will have access to this, you can practice. All right? Let's move on to the next. All right. This document that I gave you is exactly this, but in here, when you copy the QR code, it will give you the whole process, the objective, the sessions, everything. What I just gave you there is like the steps that you need to follow per session, but this one is the whole version. Yes? Just for you. You can adapt it, you can do wonders with this. Yes? So that's very nice. Okay. But now, right now, in groups or with the person next to you, I want you to analyze something. How would it be the criteria of evaluation of this project? The criteria of evaluation, what would you assess? Yes? And I will give you, let me see what time is it. I will give you, give me a second. 10 minutes? Is that okay? 10? I just want you to give me the criteria and then we share it together. All right. So 10 minutes it is. So at 10:05, 10:05? Yes. At 10:05, we will check the information. Yes. The other thing is when we are done, I will pass the mic so you can tell me what criteria would you put. So be ready to talk. I don't want you to be just looking at me all the time. All right? So 10 minutes. Let's take some minutes. Maybe this whole line together. If you maybe don't know something I'm saying, I can explain. Don't worry. This is the moment. Yes, all of you. Do you know what you need to do right now? Are you clear with it? Yes, let me repeat. No problem. That's okay. Guys, when I'm talking about criteria of evaluation is, for example, in my case, personally, I assess creativity, oral production, yes, maybe the content and organization of this intervention, yes, because the final part, if you analyze, is a whole job fair with the whole attire, with the whole interaction, if you answer well the questions. Okay? Hi, can you come in? There is a spot right here. Don't worry. Go ahead. It's fine. All right. So people, yeah, fantastic. I love this, the willingness to move. Wonderful. So get together, guys. We're going to have some minutes. Yes? You have the copies, right? So 10 minutes. Tell me what is the criteria of evaluation. If you have questions, let me know. Yes, you define that and you will tell me. And why? Why did you decide on those criteria? Yes, there might be a reason. You're not inventing criteria just because. Yes, go ahead. All right, wonderful. Okay. Repeat, please. Okay. guys, guide yourself that you will define a rubric with a criteria of evaluation. That's better. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Okay, go ahead, go ahead. Okay, let me see how much time we have left. I'm gonna give you 8 more minutes. Yes, because actually you had 5 minutes left, but now I'm gonna give you 8. How's it going, people? Why is it interesting? Is there missing information? Thank you. Yes, that's my point. But we're going to go into the conclusions later. Okay. How's it going over here? ¿Cómo vamos? People, 3 minutes left.
Yes. Guys, this is not a whole workshop activity from an university class, but we will have some insights. Don't worry.
People, if you have questions, let me know.
Okay, well, time's up. All right. Yes. Curriculum vitae, which is the resume. Like when you're going to apply for a job, you need a CV, a curriculum, which mention your experience, the academic background, all of that. That is a CV. Yes. But I will show you. Okay. You're ready, right? All right. Sometimes we're never ready in life. It happens. This can happen. Okay, people. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to start with a special group that I passed by, and they had something interesting. We're going to start. Yeah, of course. It's you. What's your name, by the way? Dana. Okay. All right. Well, Valentina, nice to meet you. And Dana. Well, Dana and Valentina were discussing about the criteria of every single session. And I told them, my gosh, that's a lot. And that's something that I have. But what I wanted you to do is like having a general criteria for all the sessions. But it's okay. So, Dana, I'm going to give you the mic. Tell me about the criteria of each activity.
Okay, so right. First of all, we have the session one of the about the introductions, and well, we're going to divide in 4 elements. First of all, we evaluate the organization, creativity, responsibility, and punctuality. I know that maybe the responsibility it's difficult to evaluate, but I think it's important. Then we have the session 2, emphasize understand your job market challenge. And well, in this case, we're going to evaluate dialect, report speech, and creativity. Well,
Okay, in the second item, evaluate or assess reading and coherence and cohesion of the dialogue and structure the Q&A. For item, assess the active communication, teamwork, the same collaborative work, and finally the interaction with the candidates.
Okay, something special from that. Can you give me this so I can, yes? All right, I'm gonna use another group, so be ready. So in the first one, yes, they said organization, creativity, responsibility, and punctuality. Yes, responsibility is hard to assess because it's something that is not countable. It's something that it could be a matter of if you submit it or not, it will be very strict and precise. Like if you do it, you have 5. If you don't, you have 0. But it depends on every professor's case. On the number 2, sorry, we have the dialogue, reported speech, and creativity. In the case of how do you assess creativity, guys? That's hard. Because if for, let's say, this guy, for him it's something very classic, something with a structure, and that could be creative for him. But for me, that I am a professor, and it's like, no, I like colors, I like slides, I like GIFs, I like videos, I like, I don't know, shorts, whatever. So YouTube shorts, for example. So for me, creativity is different. So the perception could be hard to assess, but it depends on each professor's case. We have writing, coherence and cohesion. That is a very nice criteria. And the Q&A structure, you mean grammar? The Q&A, the grammar. Let's say that you're using, I don't know, indirect questions, which would be the case in this moment. Okay. Then we have active communication. Then we have teamwork, collaborative work. Well, you have to decide, or teamwork or collaborative work in this case. That's okay. And interaction with candidates. If it was smooth and natural, or if it was forced, yes. In the case of teamwork, let's say, thank you so much, that this group, let's say this group, it's an example. From the 5 people, just 3 worked on that. What would you do in there? Example, it's an example, relax. Because this can happen in the classroom. Let's say that we have that's why I don't like making groups more than 3 people. Because, and I always tell to my students, if it's more than 3, it's a party. And in the party, not everybody gets involved. You see? So it's fine. In this case, for example, do you have the criteria? No, it's fine. If you have an idea, it's okay. Do you have an idea? Yes? Yeah, go ahead. Don't worry. Yeah, we can try.
I know.
Go ahead. No, tell me. It's okay. No? Or do you want me to read?
Okay. The criteria is creativity and innovation, final presentation, and use of English language.
Okay, very good.
Yes.
In the case of use of English language, would you say that maybe the vocabulary is part of it? They use, yeah, if it's basic, if it's intermediate, because there is a specific group of vocabulary for that context. What was the other one? Innovation and final presentation. In the final presentation, let's say I am here. And then I start, hello, how are you? And my voice starts shaking. How would you assess that? You say, no, terrible presentation? Would you?
Depends, because if the people are nervous, that for me is normal. But if he's using the English correctly, for me that's not a problem.
That kind of awareness is necessary when you're assessing students. Sometimes you're not perfect. Yeah, of course, there's people who are very dedicated and they do their best, and yes, but at the same time, it's like, for example, here where I'm standing, I'm anxious and nervous in this moment, but I'm trying to control myself so that doesn't show. Yes, but that takes training, that takes practice, that takes a lot of praying to God. But yes, that's okay. Yes, but fantastic. Wonderful. What about this group? Did you define something? Okay. Ladies, do you have something? No? Sure? What about you? Don't worry. Could be anything. If you have a short idea, that's valid. It's okay. Do you have something?
Pues within the project pues has a creation, innovation, oral expression, and personal reflection, yeah. But we think the project needs more teamwork and more deliverables there. Yeah. What?
If you have an idea, try to be confident and say, don't worry. Yeah? Why do you think it needs more deliverable? What do you have in your mind? How do you see this as a teacher? That is fine, Gabriela. Like, can I do that? So I can do it? Yeah. Can I? Well, for example, creation and innovation, yes. Expressions and reflections. In this case, this could be communication or oral interaction or production, organization and compliance. Compliance, fantastic. Did you do this? Yes. So you can make a checklist of the deliverables that you have. Fantastic. It needs more teamwork. When we say more deliverables, and actually in the other two, they are not that implicit because the first part is where the deliverables have, but the usage of those are the part you need to assess. Yes, but that's totally okay. Thank you. Now, let's go. You go? Yeah, go ahead. Be my guest. Go ahead.
Okay. We have 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
The first one is innovation. The second one is creativity. The third one is mastery or dominio. And the last one is use of language. So these 4 are divided by from 1 to 5.
So the number 1 is the new ideas, the second innovation, yeah. The second is the few word ideas, the third is some simple ideas, the fourth is good ideas, and 5 is the clear ideas. In creative is the number 1 is not creative, is okay, but the second is yes. The second is very little creative. The 3 is the some creative. The 4 is creative, but no strong. The 5 is very creative and anchored. And mastery is the number 1 is doesn't understand. The second is understand very little. The 3 is basic understanding. The 4 is good understanding. And 5 is a strong understanding. And language use, the number 1 is very unclear language. The second is many. The third is simple, but it's okay. And the 4 is multi correct. And the 5 is clear and correct language. It's perfect. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. You did a whole rubric. My gosh. All right. I like it somehow in the case of the levels of the evaluation, and that's very precise. Yes. The other thing is how you put the criteria to make it gradable. And that's the part you need to keep in mind. Yes, thank you. Actually, as we are running out of time, we're not gonna do it, but you show me later. Okay. All right. So let's go back to the presentation. Okay. And this is the best part of this, because I want you to tell me. Okay, give me a second. As we have authenticity, as we have AI fully generated projects. So, okay, well, how can we use Gen AI? For test creation, for feedback, rubric design, yes, performance assessment, and self and peer assessment. So for example, how does it help? Basically, generates questions aligned to learning outcomes, gives system formative feedback. In the case of rubric design, suggests criteria or benchmarks, which is actually something that I consider some of you did. And it's fantastic because you're trying to save time. Yes, as I said to some of you, sometimes creating a rubric and doing stuff is really, really time consuming, and you need to live a life. It's necessary. Yes. Now, performance assessment simulates real-world tasks, AI-generated role plays or scenarios, which is basically what I showed you before, and the self and peer assessment. Even students in this project can assess themselves. Yes. So, for example, the candidate has an assessment of the type of questions that the recruiter is giving, and the recruiter is giving, okay, what kind of answers, the mastery, and all of it from the candidate. Okay. Well. Let's move. Now, benefits. Saves teachers time and reduces workload. Promotes personalized and timely feedback. Yes, which is, you can say, dear student, you're fantastic, you do this, you can do this, etc., etc. Encourages learner autonomy and metacognition. Yes, that's why the simulators are important. And enables adaptive learning paths. So, as I said to you before, if it's a student that is shy, you're not gonna make the life impossible for that student. Nowadays, we find people that actually get a really hard time interacting. Yes, and they get anxious. So we need to be aware of this. Yes? Okay, let's continue with the next. Okay, I want you to look at this. This is a video from a partner that he was evaluating a speaking part, an oral exam, and we found this video. I'm going to show you the video, and I want you to tell me if it's real or if it's AI. Okay? That's what we're going to see. Okay, play the video, please. Okay. Muchas gracias. Okay. Okay. Okay.
My name is Sandra Trace Palacios Castro, and today I'm going to talk a little about Lionel Messi and the great effort he has made. Lionel Messi is one of the most famous soccer players in the world. As a child, he had a health problem that made it difficult for him to grow. His family didn't have enough money for his treatment, but he never gave up. He worked very hard, and one day Barcelona invited him to...
Okay, so, why? Matching the rhythm of the pronunciation. When you read their lips, they are not exactly pronouncing as they're supposed to do. Yes, correct. Ah, wonderful. Body language. How are you analyzing that, or how do you know this is possible? Well, but sometimes in real life, you see the person and then you realize that their voice doesn't match the face. That can also happen. But in this case, it sounds very robotic. Of course, it sounds too perfect. The structure. So, for example, if you have a student and you need to assess this, how would you assess the student? What grade would you give? Oh, you will give another opportunity. Why? Mm-hmm. Okay, that's true.
If she's not able to make a video, I will give you the opportunity to present it maybe to me in the class, in face-to-face, right?
Okay, thank you. And that's actually a great point. Give me a second because I have another intervention here.
What I usually do with my students when they deliver some work that I kind of sure that it was created with AI, I send it back and I tell them you have a 0 until you deliver something that you do yourself, but they have the chance. If they don't want to do it, then the 0 remains there. But I usually let them know. I usually let them know that the result that I'm seeing is suspicious, and they have the chance to come forward and let me know if they actually did it or not. And most of them, they come back and say, teacher, yeah, I use this app, but I try to modify it with all the excuses that we usually hear from them. But basically, they do have the chance to do it again. But it's their decision to mend it or just to leave it like that.
Thank you, Giselle. Well, in this case, for example, I do the same. And right now, in this part of the semester at the university, what I'm doing is I have them writing an essay, which is the final part. But they are writing it with their own handwriting. They're doing it by hand. And you know that this generation sometimes are very reluctant by using their pencil and their hands. They need more contact because, of course, they can generate it. But I also have a way to save time and grade those essays myself. Yes, I use a prompt, I generate things, I also use an agent. So yes, that's possible. Let's go back to the presentation. Sí, señora. Okay, so now let's go back to this. So the challenges that we have, well, as Professor Giselle said, well, we have risk of bias or inaccurate evaluation. Sometimes it happens that the way I see speaking is not the same that he sees speaking, or vice versa, yes? And when you generate prompts with AI is very strict. There's no, I know he did the effort, I know let's do this change, I poor guy or poor girl. No, AI is strict, and that's it. Yes? The other thing is, as I said at the very beginning of this presentation, over-reliance gives less human judgment. Yes? Because you're not using the brain to do the assessment, people. Yeah? Now, the data privacy and academic integrity issue. Yes? Sometimes I've seen people generating text with AI and everything. But even the sources, ChatGPT create them. And sometimes when you go online and you try to find them, they don't exist. So we gotta be careful with it, yeah? And it is necessary, guys, vital, essential, because we cannot go back to the times before. We need to have training and AI literacy so we can identify what's AI and what not. We can also get training so we can be more skillful with technology, yes, but this takes time, yes? Let's move on with the next one. Okay, right now, and this is actually the final part, and we're gonna think of, well, I guess everybody has a cell phone and has ChatGPT in the cell phone, right? Oh, fantastic. Very, very avant-garde. So what happens here is we're going to have these two options. You're going to have option A, all of you, and you're going to have option B. Yes? So option A, create a short classroom activity. For example, a 10-minute AI-supported activity for vocabulary, speaking, or writing. Let's say, I don't know, an oral presentation, personal introduction, A1. Yes? And I want you to use the prompt, like write down, and I want you to show me what you do with the prompt. Like, how do you write or how do you request ChatGPT to give you that? Yes? Now, at the end of this, you're going to tell me what you liked and what you disliked about the result and what's the criteria that you will use for assessing this. For you guys, this is totally generate. Generate a dialogue, generate a riddle, generate anything in English. Yes? This is the last part. We're almost done. So I'm going to give you 10 minutes more. Yes? So option A and option B. Okay? So guys, go ahead. You can use your ChatGPT, Gemini, whatever, right now. So option A, create a short classroom activity using AI, and you generate something with AI. 10 minutes, guys. Go ahead. Guys, let's do it in 5. We're going to do it in 5 minutes because we have the other presentation. Okay, so 5 minutes for this because it's with AI. So 5 minutes, very quickly. Uy, I am listening the outcome from that prompt, and that sounds interesting. No, but that's good. That's good. That's the idea. Okay. That's wonderful, but give me a second. So, ready? You have it? One more minute, one more minute. No. Yeah. Just mention it, yeah. Okay, guys. For this option B group, you ready? Yes, you got the generation? Okay. I'm going to use a representative per each group. Yes, do that for the situation that we don't have enough time. Okay, wish. Well, no, so it happens in life that you're always destined to speak. Yes, that's wonderful. Could you give me your name? Jose David, thank you. Jose David, so you applied with your group option A. Tell me what you wrote, what you asked ChatGPT to do, and what was the response.
Okay, the prompt is create an activity short for the class about the speaking according to personal presentation and make that the students interact during 5 minutes in English. So first of all, we are going to write in the board, has a pet, likes to dance, has brothers or sister, can play an instrument, likes pizza, and has traveled to another city. And each of you are going to choose one of them and then stand up and look for someone who match with your choice, right? And then apart from that, they are going to make a conversation like, hi, what is your name? My name is Laura. Nice to meet you, Laura. Do you have a pet? Yes, I have a cat. Great. I will write your name. And they are going to write the name of the person who match with their likes.
Okay.
So what we like from this activity is the interaction and the dynamic to choose something and the matching.
Yeah.
And what criteria we will use to assign the activity? First of all, the dialogue and the engagement of the activity.
Okay, good. Wonderful. Thank you, Jose David. That was nice. Okay. When sometimes, and it happens with ChatGPT, maybe the outcome after the prompt is not very nice, and we have to accept that. And then ChatGPT forces us to have imagination. Yes, but that's the interesting part. In this case, for example, he decided to create an activity, but remember, and maybe you saw it yesterday, you need to give a role. So act as an English teacher that's teaching this group, be very specific because it's a machine. And in machine learning, it's necessary to be very, very specific. Yes, that's one. And thank you for that activity. Yeah. All right. Let's go with number 2. Yes. Ooh, fantastic. I love that.
So maybe the structure of we use the prompt, no like the option B. I imagine we use but no. We use another prompt, another question to have the AI. It's not a good question, but it makes results. So basically, I need the. So, where we like the prompt, it's so basic. It's the dialogues are so basic and so it's void and maybe it not make a sense. And we like no. It's so basic and it's not make sense of everything that you and.
Let me see. Yeah. All right, thank you. Well, he put the following prompt. He said, generate a creative text, could be a short story with a final reflection, and the text will be in English, and this was said in English. So it says, because fantasy for ChatGPT, it's something that you need to be specific with. That's why it says, what is this? So you say that it doesn't make sense. But usually, thank you, you need to be precise. That's important. Okay, next one. And last one. Next, please. Okay. First, and these are the conclusion, guys. The key of using AI is combine AI plus human expertise. So you need to be double checking what the AI is doing. You cannot just rely on what ChatGPT or Gemini says. The other one, use it for support, not substitution. Yes, we have a very valuable thing with human interaction is communication. And we are super variable in everything that we need to take advantage of this. Ensure transparency. So You need to double check if maybe the interactions as the video are not AI generated. And last but not least, continuously validate AI outputs for fairness and accuracy. If you don't say ChatGPT to evaluate a specific thing, that won't be evaluated. Yes? And well, this is it. Thank you very, very much. All right? And I truly appreciate your effort on this workshop, guys. Thank you so much. The QR code has my contact information, has my email and everything. So if you need collaboration or whatever guidance and the presentation, feel free to get it and I can share it with you. Thank you so much. Do you have questions? No. No. But if you have questions later on, write an email, find me on LinkedIn, whatever, it's fine. Okay? Thank you. Well, there's no questions, it seems. Glad that was all clear, guys.
Buenos días, ok. Se va a hacer una entrega, un reconocimiento a la ponente y un detalle de nuestra parte. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Valentina, for an insightful presentation. We truly appreciate your time and expertise, and we now have a better understanding of the importance of the AI in a language assessment. Let's give her another round of applause.
Muchas gracias, Valentina, por su intervención tan enriquecedora. Apreciamos enormemente su tiempo y experiencia, y ahora comprendemos mejor la importancia de la IA en la evaluación de lenguas. Muchísimas gracias y démosle nuevamente un aplauso, por favor.
Now, we welcome William Moscoso Barrera, Associate Professor of Biomedical Engineer at the VIII School of Engineering at Marian University in Indianapolis, USA. William will share his knowledge about soft skills and how to educate young people in this digital age. Let's welcome him with a round of applause for his lecture, Soft Skills 4.0 Education Hearts and Minds in the Digital Age.
Sí, recibimos desde Estados Unidos al docente William Moscoso Barrera, profesor adjunto de Ingeniería Biomédica, Facultad de Ingeniería ES, Witcher de la Universidad Marian de Indianápolis. William nos compartirá sus conocimientos sobre las habilidades blandas y cómo educar a los jóvenes en esta era digital. Démosle la bienvenida con un gran aplauso a él y a su conferencia Soft Skills 4.0 Educating Hearts and Minds in Digital Age. Thank you.
Okay, morning everyone. How are you there in Colombia? I can't hear you.
Yes, teacher.
Okay, let me share my screen. Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I don't know if you can see my slides now.
Sí, profe, le estamos escuchando perfectamente.
Okay, thank you. Okay, welcome and thank you. It is a pleasure to be here. And because I believe that now we can try to connect, yes, the soft skills with our current technology advance. No, my name is William Moscoso. Again, I'm an assistant professor in biomedical engineering from Marian University here in Indiana, the Indiana state. The specific city is Indianapolis. Okay, I need to put you some in context. Now we are living in a fourth industrial revolution, no? And it marked a convergence between the physical, digital, and biological works. Now, however, while algorithms grow smarter, many professionals lack the emotions and how they manage the social tools and manage the change. Many of you, the students, it's usual that many students now are using your cell phones, no? And maybe you are now in different social media like Instagram, like TikTok, or another type of social media, no? But with this social media, you are missing, no, more of the social skills. For this reason, many companies now, when you need to go and obtain a job, need that you improve your soft skills, no, and try to check how you can manage your soft skills with the current technology, no. And it means that we need that the soft skills create a balance between the technology and the human behaviors. The soft skills 4.0, this is this is for this seminar, no, are related to the competences that you, professional people, need to create a personal success. In maybe 10 or 20 years ago, was usual that you only need to create or you need to develop soft skills like a teamwork or maybe leadership or maybe problem solving. But now with the technology, you need to improve more skills. No, for example, the effective communication. Now you need a critical thinking. With all of this technology, you need to improve your creativity, your curiosity, and all of the things related to innovation. How you can collaborate with another, how you can create leadership or different styles for the leadership, no? How you can create empathy. And now, another skills that many companies need for the future students or future workers, sorry, it's more the digital or computational thinking. Is how you can manage the digital tools and the failure management. The last one is related on how you can try one or many times to do something. No, it's usual that now many younger people not only try one or two times to do some activities, but in the real world, it's not usual that you solve the problems with only one or two tries. No, you need to create. Or you need to create different strategies to solve a problem. And it means that you need to create many iterations to solve the problem. What are the value for the soft skills here in now and in the future work? Research from the World Economic Forum shows that that while automation may reduce some works, it will create new ones with demanding critical thinking, adaptability, and empathy. No, it means that the machines perform the task, because now it's usual that when you go and start, or your future students go and start in new jobs, that the companies say to the new workers, okay, you need to create or you need to use your AI to maybe perform the process, perform all the activities that you need to do. But what is our job in this scenario? In this scenario, our job is more create a meaning for this information that the machines provide us. No, the machine provide us. In the future of work, technical knowledge will be necessary, but we need to create a capacity to connect, to connect our skills with this information that the technology provides us. What is the role of the education? The 21st century education must go beyond the memorizing content. Maybe again, 20 years ago, it was the strategy, but now we need to create another type of strategy to communicate and to create learning in our students. We need to develop cognitive and social emotional competencies, because this is the only way that we can connect our human capacities with the machines. In this case, the CLAL, and digital technologies can catalyze or can create catalyst for active learning when you try to improve this type of style for your students. What is the relationship with this CLIL with the digital transformation? This is not only a bilingual method. In many scenarios, this strategy are used to communicate or to create soft skills in the students. In the end of the day, when you go out and when you need to maybe use your language, you need to use your soft skills to communicate, to create some engagement with the people. For this reason, we need to connect with the students, not only the content, we need to connect with how we can improve these soft skills. And now we can use different digital tools to create these scenarios or this type of strategies. And in these tools, we can use or we can improve or we can create creativity and collaboration between our students. One of my common or my usual strategies that I use with my students, with my STEM students, I work now with students with engineering program students, is that I put real world challenge and the students need to solve these real world challenges. And in this way, you need to put clear what is the challenge and what is the outcome that you need that the students show you, or the students, when the project finished, the students show you. In these scenarios, you can use two big tools. The first one is the AI, and the second is the gamification. The AI can create personalized learning. What it means? Now, many studies, many pedagogical studies show that all the students has different styles for learning. Maybe in your current studies, maybe many of you are better to study with videos, or many of you maybe study better with lectures, with readings, Another is more better to maybe with a hands-on activity, All of us has different styles for learning. We can use the AI to create customized strategies and customized materials, to create learning for each type of person, Another option is use the games, and now we can use this big strategy. The name is gamification. The good thing for this strategy is that we can create motivation, because we can create some games, and the student need to go on, and if they follow and they achieve the challenge, the students win some hour, in a game, and this hour, for this hour, the students all the time are motivated with this with these scenarios. Always focused, that all of these tools you need to use for pedagogical purpose. It's usual that when the students today use tools like ChatGPT, and in my personal opinion is that you need to use this like a tool, and it's possible that you use this like a tool, but try to focus this tool to personalize again the learning in each student. These are some collaborative digital tools that I use in my class. The first one is Padlet. You can use this to create brainstorming, to create reflections with the students. The most common for me is Miro. This is another practical tool. I use this for brainstorming, that all the students enter in the same time for the platform, put ideas. Maybe you can create filters for ideas, create maps, and in different case you can use for prototyping, to prototype some ideas. The other one is the most famous with the students now. The name is Canva or Genially. They are two big tools to give you and give to the students some templates, and then with these templates they can prototype, they can create different ways to show message. And another tools like Mentimeter. This is to take real participation and for instant feedback. This is the idea with this type of tools. How you can develop these soft skills with the students? One of the options that we can use is the role rotation. The role rotation. You can develop some role games, and assign different roles and later rotate them. For example, yesterday in my class, I put some activity for active learning, and I assigned 3 roles: the role for speaker, for listener, for example, and the last role was observer or evaluator. The idea was put a message. Later, the students need to share the message, but depends of your role, you can interact with the activity, and later you can rotate the role. If you do this, you create empathy and leadership between the students. The second one is idea storming. If you go for YouTube and put ideation techniques or ideas activities, many videos appears with many activities you can do. The most common tool is the brainstorming, but it is usual that all the students know this type of tool. For the reason you need to change all the time. With this, it's possible to create a creative thinking and that students maybe see another environment into your classroom. The other one is the story challenge. The idea that you create some challenge, and challenge that maybe you find identified that has pros and cons. Okay, pros and cons. And with this challenge, okay, with the challenge, you create that possible debates between the students, or you create that the students take different points of view about the dilemmas. For example, ethical technology dilemmas, or dilemmas with biology, dilemmas with the use for the technology, this type of dilemmas. How you can assess these soft skills? One of the best ways to assess is create rubrics. The rubrics are structures that you can put and you can put levels, and it's usual that, for example, you can observe what are the behaviors for the students, and create the evaluation related to these behaviors. you can do the evaluation. The students can do the evaluation, no, with these co-evaluation models, no. It means that you can do the ourselves or to another students. You can create indicators related to the soft skills that you can evaluate, or you can will evaluate, no, like empathy, communication, initiative, or critical thinking. And the access of you need to assess the process, not only the outcome. Remember that your soft skills, you develop your soft skills, and it means that this is the process. For example, if you need to improve your communication, okay, you need to check how you can evaluate all of the process. It means that you need to evaluate in 2, 3, or 4 times this process. This is a practical example that I will show you about the assertive communication. This is one activity where the students need to collaborate together. No, the idea is that you put a challenge, for example, how you can design a proposal to improve digital coexistence in your school. Remember that now in the schools you have the students. This is the real life, but you have another second life that's a digital life. You know how you can create you can improve. That the students create strategies to this coexistence for these both worlds. You create some roles like a leader, analyst, maybe this spokesperson or mediator. No, use tools like Padlet or Miro to create some ideas. No, and in the exercise create some question. What is the common strategy or is the common exercise that I do in my class? The first one is create or show the definition about the soft skills. After that, create some activities or some exercise. My advice is that the students need to feel that this activity is fun. Maybe create some activity that the students need to maybe move around to the classroom or maybe interact with another ones. Okay. And after that, you can evaluate with a rubric and create some reflection, some final reflection with a question like this question. How do you feel here? What strategies work at best? What is the hard part to the skills? How you can apply these soft skills in your real life, on your future life, in your professional or study life? No, depends of the students that you are teaching. This example for the rubric that I use. You put some very, very easy criteria. For example, the message clarity, active listening, the respect and tone that they use, and the digital use, and later put scales between 1 to 4 to evaluate or to assess all of these rubric. This is, for example, for the teacher. This is another one. We can use rubrics with the students. You can maybe create some rubrics, not with levels, but maybe you can put some criteria that they can evaluate and put some questions, that the students need to see when they are practicing some exercise, some activity, For example, I used this rubric yesterday with my students, and the idea was that the students, I show you the message, okay, the students share the message, and the evaluator need to check all of these criteria, or observation criteria, the nonverbal behavior, if they use paraphrasing, for example, to share the message between one student to another, if they maybe request clarification, maybe they ask to another about the details in the message, and what was the attitude about the exercise, in general. What are the challenge for the teacher, the 4.0 teacher, The teacher is not only the person who knows the most about the technology, the teacher needs to understand how we can apply the technology with our students. It means that the professor, the role for the professor is more the design of experience, to our students. Our role is not only transmit, it's create experience with our students, and how we can improve these skills in our students, how we can teach with our topics, curiosity, leading, empathy, and inspiring. This is another option, and always try to connect this big world that is the digital world with the soft skills for the students. Why? Because now the students, this is your world, this is another world, and you can prohibit all of the management or all the activities that they are doing in this world. Final reflection is that every time we teach, we plant a seed of humanity. All of the time that you have contact with the students, yes, you put the seeds, into your students, Remember that now the machines process information, but the humans need to transform this information in knowledge, in things that we can apply to the society, And our mission, like a professor, is educating hearts and minds, and try to use both the ears and minds, and create the possibility that the students use both to solve problems. Okay, remember that educating is a great privilege for us. Thanks for all. This is my name. If you need information about rubrics, or if you need some materials, you can email me to this. It's wmoscoso@marian.edu. And yes, of course, thank you again for the invitation, and I'm ready for your questions. Thank you.
We now continue our program with the presentation of now we want to say thank you for the teacher William Moscoso Barrera. Please. Sí. También hacemos entrega del certificado al profesor, pues de manera virtual, ya que no pudo estar presente acá.
Okay, thank you for the invitation to this event. Have a good day.
We now continue our program with the presentation of Javier Alexander Vivas, a professional in international business administration with postgrad training in marketing management and master in peace development at citizenship, and a doctoral studies in education science, with over 15 years of experience in teaching, academic management, and institutional leadership in higher education. Javier has a building career marked by the pedagogical innovation, the creation of academic programs, and the management of multidisciplinary teams. He was formerly a university professor, and today joins us to share his conference titled All in AI English, Language Learning, Friend or Foe. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Damos un momento para que el profesor César dé unas palabras, una intervención sobre el Congreso, algunas preguntas que va a hacerles a ustedes sobre el Congreso, mientras damos espera al profesor Javier, ¿vale?
Sonido. Okay, guys, how is it going? How was the presentation, the last presentation about soft skill? Where are the students? Oh, Jimena. No, Jimena, no, where is Eliana? Eliana is not here? Eliana, yes, we are talking a course about that, yeah? About soft skills. Do you remember? What did you learn? According to William's presentation. Nothing? Possible. Carlos, where is Carlos? Carlos is also in the same course, right? And Dana, where is Dana? Dana is out. Okay, so but Valentina is not in that course, right? Valentina is not in soft skills course, right? No. Okay, guys, and the others, what did you learn about soft skills? It's an important topic. Second semester or first semester? Tell me something about that. Let's do a round. Mini, mani, mo, piti, pati, po, mini, mani, mo, piti, sorry, teacher, no. Piti, pati, po. Nothing? What did you hear? What did you hear? No? No important information? Okay, pati, po. What did you hear? What happened? Did you hear the presentation or not? No? Did you pay attention to the presentation? Kind of? Okay, what did you learn? Okay, this is for all the audience. Why is important soft skills? Anybody here in the audience? Before starting our next presentation with the teacher Vivas, okay? Okay. Why is important soft skill in education before starting the next one? Here, Patty, Po, Sarah. Why is important soft skills?
According to the presentation, the learning is kid free of force. The skill abilities skills teamwork, communication, and listening.
Okay, guys. Well, you know that this topic is very important. I hope you please take in deeper that topic because it's very important for your role as a teacher in the future, okay? So we can continue, okay?
We now continue our program with the presentation of Javier Vivas, a professional in international business administration with postgraduate training in marketing management, a master in peace, development and citizenship, and a doctoral studies in education sciences, with over 15 years of experience in teaching, academic management, and in institutional leadership in higher education. Javier has a built career marked by pedagogical innovation, the creation of academic programs, and the management of multidisciplinary teams. He was formerly a university professor and today joined us to share his conference titled AI in English language learning friend or foe. Please give him a one round of applause.
Continuamos con nuestro programa con la intervención de Javier Vivas, profesional de Administración de Negocios Internacionales con formación de posgrado de Gerencia de Mercado, Maestría en Paz, Desarrollo y Ciudadanía y estudios doctorales en Ciencias de la Educación, con más de 15 años de experiencia en docencia, gestión académica y liderazgo institucional en educación superior. Javier ha consolidado una trayectoria marcada por la innovación pedagógica, la creación de programas académicos y la dirección de equipos multidisciplinarios. Fue docente de la universidad y hoy nos acompaña para compartir con su conferencia AI in English Language Learning, Friends or Foe. Démosle la bienvenida con un fuerte aplauso, por favor.
Hello, how are you? Are you tired? A little bit? Tired? Could be. Okay, so what would you prefer, Spanish or English? English only. Great, that's great. Okay, so as they presented me, I was a formal teacher here at the university. Some of you already know me. And the idea is that we share ideas on artificial intelligence. I know I was watching my colleagues speaking about the topic, and I don't want to be repetitive, so I will try to switch the focus of this conference, okay? So friend or foe? This is the first idea that I want to share with you. So is AI a threat to education, or is it a tool for education? What do you think? What do you think? Is it useful, not so useful? It's useful. Why?
I think an AI is useful in order to summarize some tasks that the teacher have as a mandatory process. For example, making the planification, making the ideas. I know that the teacher have to be resourceful, but maybe with the AI, we can take advantage on ideas, we can take on advantage of learning strategies to make a brainstorming and be more in a faster way.
Thank you, Jose. Thank you very much. What about here? Do you think it's helpful or is a threat? Do you consider AI important in education or not so much? Anyone? No? So. Yeah, could be. Okay. Sometimes we use these 3 sentences or affirmations to talk about AI. First, some of you, maybe the younger generations of teachers, because I'm not talking to students, I'm talking to teachers, not future teachers, teachers already. You have to take the role, you know? Some of you that are younger generations consider AI useful. Of course, as Jose told us, maybe some repetitive tasks, administrative work could be easier, or maybe generating, I don't know, material, worksheets, flashcards for our classes is easy to do now with AI. When I was an English teacher many years ago, I had to spend tons of time, hours, planning flashcards, printing flashcards. I'm not that old. Yo no soy tan viejo, pero bueno, okay. I started very young, empecé muy joven. But yes, it took a lot of time to prepare maybe a 1-hour session or 2-hour session. Now it's easier. It's almost instantly, you know? Some other people, maybe older generations, consider this as an obstacle. Yep. So older teachers say, or older professors say, all the students do is go to AI, ask the question, copy, paste, and that's it. They don't even mind reading what they got, right? And some people believes that is something that is impossible to implement in Colombian scenario. For example, rural areas with poor internet connection. Students that don't have maybe a working computer at home. So many people think, this is something that is difficult to become a reality in Colombia, okay? I was talking to one of your teachers before, and I was giving them some conferences last year about AI. A teacher told me, I work on a tip of a mountain. No one has PC or computer, and of course, internet connection at the school is impossible. So AI is useless for me. And I replied, I said, okay, maybe your students' parents have WhatsApp? Yes, they do. They can practice with AI in WhatsApp. How come? And I started like explaining what a chatbot is maybe, and how does it work? And they say, I didn't know that. So we don't need extra special conditions of infrastructure to get this going, okay? So these are the beliefs. I have some statistics here. 78% of education see AI as a tool that complements their role. Yeah, they identify this as a tool. 61% of the population believes that AI is negative. It's negative in cognitive processes, and they think it is being harmful for example, critical thinking processes, reading comprehension processes, because maybe we are not using AI in the correct way, right? So AI itself, the tool, is not the problem. The problem is how we use it every day. So, some myths about AI. Using AI is cheating. That is the most popular thought. You are cheating because you're using AI. Not completely true. Truth, yeah? Not completely false. It depends. Maybe we need a harder working ethics in order to use AI properly. It's not the machine doing the work for me. It's doing something simple, so me, as a human, a superior mind, can take it to the next step, to the next level. AI is a student-centered technology. So we think that AI should be used in the classroom. What about outside the classroom? You know what I mean? What about in homeworks? What about in individual or collaborative work outside the classroom? What about being a tool for me as a teacher? Sometimes you have to be, I don't know, you have to think in yourself. So if you want to be a successful teacher, you know, mental health in teachers is a problem, you know? Maybe this kind of tools will help me to organize my work and to take it to the next level, okay? The use of this technology demands high-tech training. So I'm not an engineer, so I can't use AI. That is a myth. Anyone with a cell phone or with a computer access can use AI properly. So we need to learn how to use it. Some facts. This is one of the most important facts that I consider bringing to you. Teachers and institutions are not talking about AI and how to implement it. Yeah, sometimes university says, we have to use AI. Okay, why? Because everyone is doing it. So we need to do it. No, we need to really reflect on curriculum, on competences, soft skills, as the teacher was saying, how this impact the work of the teacher, how this impact the formation of new teachers. Okay, something that I didn't mention in my presentation is that I'm an academic director of a school in Mexico, in Monterrey. It's an online school, and I'm a director, and my friend here, Jimena, is my coordinator, actually. And we have learned many things along the way. For example, licenciados or bachelors in education are not prepared for academic and administrative tasks. You know? You already know, for example, how to teach a class. Yes, you do. You need to prepare, and you have, I don't know, maybe a format, activities, time, resources, and everything. But what about everything that is behind the class? right? Like schedule, like technology, and everything that you need in order to be a great teacher, not just a good teacher, a great teacher, and a great part of a learning process. AI is an open universe. It's for everyone, not just for the student, not just for the class. This could help me easily to build a program in no time. And we're gonna check that later on. And as other tech innovations, maybe, I don't know, do you know what was Encarta? You do? Encarta. It was my generation, sorry. Encarta was the first big, the first Wikipedia, yes, but it wasn't online. It was a software that you needed to install in your computer. Exactly. So we passed from the book to the computer. That was a huge change. Encarta. Remember? Encarta. Then Excel. Excel was something wonderful, and it is wonderful. What happened with that? We needed to get used to it and to work with it. After that, the internet. So AI is not the first big change in society, technologically speaking, but it's one of many. So we need to learn either to use it or drop it. You know, use it or drop it. I highly recommend that you use it. Please use it, don't drop it, because it will help you a lot in your goals. And AI needs to be understood and shaped to context and not the other way around. We believe we need to adapt our classroom to AI. It's the other way around. We need to set AI in order to get a better classroom environment, you know? So it's a tool. It's not a finish line, guys. It's a tool. I mean, using AI should have purpose. Otherwise, it's not good, okay? So what we now have is millions of teachers around the world on the tip of the iceberg. On the tip of the iceberg. Do you know what is an iceberg, right? Iceberg. A big mass of ice on the sea, right? So many teachers are on the tip of the iceberg. So they have this simplistic view of AI. They know it is a great tool, but they are not willing to use it profoundly in the classroom. So we have, of course, teachers that do presentations with Gamma. Yeah. Some teachers that use ChatGPT as Google just to ask simple questions and get basic information. And some of them uses Copilot that is a bit more profound in order to do research or whatever. But that is mainly it. They use, in English teaching, they use AI to do presentation, right? Or slides, exercises, maybe to make some pictures or cards, and that's it. What about the extra? This is the smallest part of AI. What about the extra? So today I want to talk about that, okay? What do you think? Is it interesting? Yeah, of course. Okay. What about the complex tasks in education? Curriculum design. I taught curriculum design here in FUNDES 2 years ago, maybe more. I was in charge of curriculum design. If I knew what was coming with AI, I would have done things super different. Personalized learning experiences that I know my previous colleague was talking about that. AI makes learning personalized. So you feel connected to learning because it's not massive learning, it's individual learning. Yep. Constructive feedback. This is super important. As I told you before, I'm a professor at UNAD, Universidad Nacional Abierta de Distancia. That is a 100% online university, the biggest public university in Colombia. So one of my most recurrent work is to answer forums or questions or giving feedback on students. Last semester, we don't have semester, let's say period, last period, I used AI, I trained AI with our rubrics, you know, the activities, the authors, books, and everything. And I was uploading some parts of the students' advancements or advances, and I was giving them personalized feedback. Yep. And they told me at the end of the period, say, I mean, when I read your feedback, I feel you're talking to me, that I am important, that is not some, I don't know, generic sentence that I just copied and paste, but it's something that it reflects my work. They told me that, my students told me that, virtual students. You know what is the problem with virtual education? We cannot connect as a human being. It's difficult because we are behind a screen. And to get that opinions from students was huge for me. And it changed my mind. And all I did was using AI to make the connection personal, close, and constructive. You know? Of class training options, of course. What is the biggest problem with English learning? What do you think? Why people in Colombia don't speak English? Because of the practice. We don't have a natural environment to practice English. In Espinal, yep. Yeah, we don't have real life scenarios. So it's difficult for students to practice. Okay. So they don't see it as something that is useful, right? With this, with AI, I can offer the students something to practice outside. That's pretty good. That's pretty cool, you know? And contextualized learning, just what you told me, contextualized learning. Why am I learning this? This is something that I usually take into account when teaching. We're learning anything. Why is this important? Right? Why is this something that I have to be a part of? You know? So contextualized learning is like math, you know? The most hated teachers in history are math teachers and English teachers. Right? We create traumas for life, right? We all had a math teacher, an English teacher, and my God, he damaged me, you know? So contextualized learning means learning something that I know is important, and that's it, you know? Now, let's create something, shall we? Let's create something. I'm using an AI called Perplexity. Have you heard about it? Yesterday, Perplexity, super useful tool. But I'm not going to show you how to create some exercises. No, we're gonna dig deeper. We're gonna go deeper into education, okay? So I hope it works. I have this instruction. You know that AI works with prompts, right? With instructions. This one here. Create a Google form with only one question. Of the following options, which one is the most interesting for you? Options, literature, sports, and music. Let me see if it works. Yeah. It's coming. Okay. Look what AI is doing. I'm gonna wait a little longer. It's creating the form. I'm not doing anything. You know, when I first saw this, I said, oh my God, what is happening? This is moving by itself. It is controlling my computer and it's hooked up to my Gmail account. So this is automatically saved in my Google Drive. See here? Changes have been saving. So everything that is being created is being saved in my Google Drive space. This is huge, guys. And I am not an AI expert. I want to be clear, super clear. I am not an AI expert. You remember the advertisement, Uga Uga? I'm Uga Uga at AI. But I'm learning how to use it. So it's building what I told it to do. Why? Because I want to use this. Of course, it's a simple exercise, just one question. But I want to identify interesting topics in my students. You know, maybe if one of my students is into sports, I can use sports to teach them English, right? And I'm not guessing, I'm asking the students. Good. First part, it worked. Good. Great. Next part. Did you? Okay, so it's created. I can move things around. It's going to be saved in my space. Here. Thank you. Now, where is it? Me hizo perder la profe. Si me pierdo es culpa. Let me check. Okay. So I'm going to tell Perplexity this. I think it's this one. Okay, great. Now create a QR code of the sharing link so students can submit answers. I already have the form. Now I'm telling the AI to create a QR code so I can use it on a presentation or just for the students to scan. While it is doing that, I can do something else. You know, sometimes I give instructions and I go take a cup of coffee, relax, and then come back. Or try to think, okay, what's next? What do I have to do next? And as you can see, it is publishing the form, it is creating the link, and now it will open a QR code generator. No hands. Awesome, right? I was thinking, how can I surprise these students? I think I'm doing it. And this is the tip of the iceberg, small part. Let's wait. Do you have any questions so far? I have to create time. Yeah.
When the AI is working, I can control my mouse and press Alt Tab and doing another thing?
You can. Yes, you can. While it is doing this, I can continue doing something extra. Yep. And it's doing, I can see the button is being processed. Let me wait for a moment. And the QR is already generated. Look here. You know? Something that we want to implement in the Mexican company where my good friend Jimena is working with me is evaluating classes using AI. So we can upload the recordings of the class and I give the instruction to the AI, say, I need this to be evaluated. Why? Because we need to assure quality. You know, that, I don't know, how long was the class, the parts of the class are being developed or not, and then create reports to our teachers or coaches, I would call them, and give feedback to the teachers. You know? So evaluation is not to punish. Evaluation is to be better. So, and we're doing that with AI. We're going to do that with AI. And Jimena, sé que no te gusta que te pongan ahí en el ejemplo, pero te voy a poner. ¿Cuánto tiempo te demoras haciendo una una revisión de clase.
Buenos días para todos. Alrededor de 1 hora, porque debemos revisar que las clases estén cumpliendo con la estructura que nosotros solicitamos. También el uso del inglés, el uso del vocabulario, la verdad son detalles muy importantes que debemos tener en cuenta, entonces nos tardamos demasiado, la verdad, por una sola grabación, teniendo en cuenta que no podemos guiarnos solamente por una, sino que tenemos que revisar varias grabaciones para asegurar un buen feedback para nuestros coaches.
Thank you, coordinator. Muy bien. Un poquito de contexto. Esta empresa en la que trabajamos tiene 67 horas de clase al día. Y ella tiene 8 horas de turno. No se puede, ya te entiendo. Ahora todo hizo clic. Perdón. Voy a cambiar un poquito de español como para que vayamos un poquito. Eso es lo que nosotros como yo que soy director académico digo, ¿cómo puedo aligerar la carga de mi personal para que se dediquen a las cosas importantes? Algo que ustedes se van a encontrar en la vida real es que el docente mantiene en lo urgente, no lo importante. Es que no hemos hecho autoevaluación. ¿A qué hora, jefe? Si mantenemos en clase calificando, este tipo de cosas me arreglan la vida. Bueno, me la facilita, no me la arregla, me la facilita. Pasar de 1 hora de revisión de clase a 3 minutos que se demora cargando la grabación y corriendo la inteligencia artificial. Imagínense, productividad, que es afortunado o desafortunadamente la clave en la que nos está hablando el mundo en este momento. Okay, so it finished. The QR code is here. Acá está el QR. Yo lo puedo usar. Mientras tanto estaba haciendo otra cosa. Y sí. Ok. Les quiero mostrar algo más que estábamos haciendo por acá. Porque no tengo mucho tiempo, si no acá me he quedado. Vamos a ver. Parece que trabajará para Perplexity yo, pero no. Soy fan nomás. Yo le pedí por acá Perplexity. Sí, puedo hacerlo. Ya lo creé, ya hice el link, Let's suppose I already showed my students the form, they gave me the answers, and my answers are located in Google Drive, where I keep it, okay? But I don't know how to do prompts. Yo no sé cómo hacer prompts. Todo el mundo me dice que la inteligencia artificial funciona con prompts, pero yo esa vaina no sé. Pues adivina quién se lo puede pedir. A él mismo. I require a prompt to develop a case. Como yo hice una encuesta preguntándole cuáles eran sus intereses, yo dije, bueno, voy a coger esos intereses y crear aprendizaje basado en casos para que ellos lo encuentren emocionante, desafiante, útil y que el aprendizaje permanezca. ¿Ok? That involves all the skills of using English according to the level specified in the document attached. Ahí estoy diciendo que le estoy cargando un documento. ¿Qué documento es? Jimena lo descargó sin saber que yo le había pedido eso. El scope and sequence, para este ejercicio hicimos el scope and sequence de un libro de inglés. ¿Conocen qué es un scope and sequence? ¿Conocemos qué es un scope and sequence? En los libros de texto de inglés y en la mayoría de currículos de inglés, las primeras hojitas donde hay unas tablas que dice unidad 1, gramática específica, vocabulario, yo no sé qué. Eso es un scope and sequence que trae todo el libro de inglés. Yo lo cargué a la inteligencia artificial y dije, léalo, porque esa es la base de la construcción que vamos a hacer. ¿Listo? Le estoy diciendo, pídame información, pídame la edad, pídame el nivel, pídame toda la información que usted considere y yo se la doy. ¿Listo? Los prompts no tienen que ser perfectos al inicio, uno los puede ir perfeccionando. Y me generó este archivo, me lo generó él. Abrió mi Drive, creó el Word y empezó a desarrollarlo. Todo eso que ustedes ven en pantalla es el prompt. Todo esto, miren. Un prompt de 4 hojas. Porque está tomando todas las variables que yo le pedí que tomara. ¿Qué le dije? Hágame un aprendizaje basado en casos, con las respuestas de la encuesta, con los temas que yo necesito cubrir, y pregúnteme lo que necesite para que usted pueda hacer el trabajo. Y acá abajo de todo esto, de esta carreta, dice, listo para comenzar. Por favor, dígame la edad de los estudiantes, el grado, qué nivel de inglés tienen. Cargue los documentos que usted considere necesarios. Compártame, pero ya todo está ahí. Yo le puedo decir, tómelo de allí, sáquelo de ahí. Especifíqueme el tiempo en semanas. Yo puedo hacer una planeación para todo el semestre, para todo el año, si quiero. Dígame cuántas semanas tengo, me dice la inteligencia artificial, y yo le armo el proyecto. ¿Qué necesita usted que le entreguen? ¿Quiere algo físico? ¿Quiere algo virtual? ¿Quiere algo en redes? Y ahí ustedes empiezan a volar en la imaginación. Cualquier información de contexto, démela. Hasta ahí hice el ejercicio porque sabía que no me iba a alcanzar el tiempo. Pero acá yo podría darle toda esta información y decirle, créeme el proyecto y la agenda del proyecto. Y me va a crear el proyecto. Les quiero mostrar algo. ¿Cuánto tiempo tengo? ¿Tengo 3 horas? No, mentiras. Ya les voy a mostrar. Perdón, yo lo voy así. Si ya me conocen, ¿para qué me invitan? Les quiero mostrar algo que creamos para el proyecto mexicano. Todo esto es con Copilot, que es otra. Mire todo lo que estoy subiendo. Todo lo que hemos creado. Pero quiero llegar al principio. Actúa como un experto en la creación de cursos inglés en línea y genera un listado de datos del área comercial y de marketing que consideras vitales para la construcción de un currículo adaptable a una propuesta comercial atractiva para el mercado latinoamericano. Este fue el diálogo inicial que tuve con la IA. Con tantos años de experiencia, chicos, gracias, con tantos años de experiencia, el inglés universitario es una cosa, yo sé, pero el inglés comercial es otra, y es una realidad. Si yo trabajo en un instituto, si yo trabajo en algo que comercialmente tiene que pelear en el mercado, yo necesito construir productos que funcionen y que sean necesarios para la organización. Este ejercicio yo les dije, hagamos ingeniería inversa. No esperemos a que lo académico esté construido para luego generar la propuesta comercial. Hagamos lo contrario. Dígame cuál es el comercial, área comercial, dígame cuál es el curso que usted se sueña vender. Lluvia de ideas, todas las metodologías que aprendemos en la universidad. Ahora, ¿cuánto quiere vender? ¿Cuál es el margen de precio? ¿Cómo es el cliente? Toda esa información, porque es que además yo soy administrador, y eso me cae muy bien, lo empezamos a desarrollar, hicimos ingeniería inversa para un nuevo producto. ¿Sí? Ahí es cuando me dicen, oye, el director, ¿qué hará que no aparece? Ahí estoy, dándole, generando nuevos ingresos para la empresa. Y todo eso que ustedes ven de aquí para abajo es información que yo le fui dando y que él me fue pidiendo. ¿Qué producto quiere? ¿Qué mensaje quiere? ¿Cómo es el público objetivo? Yo le dije, conviértamelo en un checklist para yo hacer un control. Canales de distribución. Vean, les puse de todo. La clase tiene que ser de tanto tiempo, la plataforma que vamos a usar es tal, que necesitamos un Learning Management System, o por ejemplo el Q10 es un LMS que ustedes utilizan acá, un Learning Management System simple, los niños de cuánto a cuánto, los adultos de cuánto a cuánto, cuál es la motivación del cliente. Perdón que no les hable de estudiantes, que los saque del discurso universitario, pero es que afuera hay clientes. Ustedes son clientes de FUNDES. Buenísimos clientes además. Y tienen unas expectativas del servicio. Y la universidad les da una experiencia como esta, que les está a ustedes diciendo, ese es el servicio que yo quiero, por ejemplo. ¿Sí? Lo mismo pasa con una academia de inglés. ¿Sí? Los académicos a veces estamos abstraídos de la realidad. La realidad es que se necesita inyección de dinero para que las cosas funcionen. Porque al profesor no se le puede pagar con felicitaciones, ¿no? Se le tiene que pagar con platica. Y eso lo hicimos, y fíjense la cantidad de input, la cantidad de material que nos da. Ahora, ¿esto solo hace algo? No hace absolutamente nada. Si yo lo dejo aquí, eso es información vacía. Vacía. Ahí es donde entra el licenciado, ¿sí? La persona con experiencia, a darle valor a todo lo que está ahí. ¿Ok? Vi un video pensando en ustedes, en esta charla, y lo tengo por ahí guardado. Hablando de los famosos freelancers, ¿no? Ahorita ser freelancer es lo que está de moda. Freelancer es un término bonito para precariedad laboral, pero bueno. Pero hay modos de trabajo freelancer. Y decía, era un reel. Entonces decía, el freelancer nuevo, decía, ¿tú por qué cobras tanto por algo que la IA hace? Yo también lo puedo hacer. La IA también me lo hace. Y decía el freelancer pro, decía ahí el freelancer pro, yo no cobro por lo que la inteligencia artificial hace. Yo cobro por las decisiones que tomo con lo que la inteligencia artificial me da. Yo dije, wow. Pro, por eso es pro. Por eso es pro. Y por eso uno no es pro. Lo que yo haga con la información que está aquí es lo que hace la diferencia en el mundo real y en los procesos de educación. Yo no sé usted, pero bueno, yo después de tanto tiempo, yo llevo 20 años en esto. Vuelvo y juega, pues soy muy joven, no es que sea tan viejo. Sí, porque después dicen que uno tiene quién sabe cuántos años. Y es que uno se frustra como profesor de inglés. Porque mucha gente no avanza como uno quisiera que avance. ¿Cierto? Porque no se ven los resultados que uno a veces quiere. Y que el que sale muy adelante es muy raro el caso. Con este tipo de herramientas yo puedo lograr ese objetivo. La idea no es sacarlos desmotivados, ¿no? Todo lo contrario. Si hay alguna forma de hacer que el inglés sea un éxito, yo creo que inteligencia artificial tiene mucho que ofrecernos. Vuelve y juega. Ella solita, como herramienta, no hace nada, no hace milagros tampoco. Depende del uso y del entrenamiento que ustedes también tengan al usar este tipo de herramientas. ¿Cómo la ven hasta ahí? ¿Bien? Yo estaba asustado con esta charla. No sé. AI is a friend or a foe as we allow ourselves to become. Esta con la que empecé, ¿no? La pregunta. Inteligencia artificial, ¿aliado o amenaza? Ese era el título de la charla. Entonces, la inteligencia artificial es un amigo o una amenaza en la medida que nosotros lo permitamos. Si nosotros permitimos que sea una amenaza, es una amenaza. Si nosotros permitimos que sea un aliado vital en nuestro salón, pues así será. Muchas gracias. Yes, question. Sorry. Perdón que me fui en español, pero es que no está chévere. Señor.
Okay, I have one question and one comment. I don't know if you know about these AI tools, because yesterday we had the pleasure to receive an expert on AI, and we learned how to create apps and uploading apps using AI, and that was so awesome. So I don't know if you know something about Napkin, Contexto.me, Comment Navigator, you know it, Gemini, Google Studio AI, Acid, Scriber, and Netlify. Those are tools that I recommend you to use, but I don't know if you know.
Yeah, some of them, I mean, AI is like a universe that is new, and we need to keep expanding our knowledge. Thank you for that. I have used Gemini and some other Google Studio, Ana Banana is the new one, and they are really, really good. I mean, I read in some report that AI will have or will get more billionaires in 5 years that internet has done it in 30 years. So that's, I mean, I don't know how to do software. I'm not an engineer. I'm not a systems engineer, but these kind of tools will help me to do. The idea is to focus not on the tool, but on the problem I am trying to solve, you know? If the problem is well located and indicated, then this will be useful. Thank you.
And my question is, what do you think about people who says that AI is going to replace every profession that it exists currently?
Not agree. As I think I mentioned this earlier, but human work will I don't know, will change over time. And AI is going to be a help for the human, but it's not going to replace human. And I mean, if they do replace some work, there will be new jobs out there, and you know, new professions and new things that we can do alongside history. You know. Yeah, I know.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Anyone else? ¿Alguien más? Mi coordinadora no quiere preguntar algo. Mentiras. Ya la boleteé. Ella me dijo que no quería que la pusiera ahí, pero bueno.
Hi, teacher.
Great. Teacher, sincerely, what do you think? Our profession will disappear? Why?
Great question. No. I hope no. No, I hope not. No, I think it's going to be reshaped. You know, it's going to be different. We will have more time to do important breakthroughs in research, in pedagogic strategies. If used correctly, that will change the entire game, guys. I tell you, as a 20 years experienced teacher, we never have time. And we want to do research, but we don't have time. We have to do it from midnight to 5 a.m. because I'm free. But that's it, you know? And if this helps us to get rid of some repetitive tasks and everything that we have mentioned before, then we will have more time to truly
we need to reshape ourselves in our minds and the way we see education and English learning. Sometimes we are stuck with certain theories and things that it's not that they don't work anymore. It's more like how we see them as generations change. We are facing a generation that is like very technology based, but it's lacking certain emotional awareness in certain stuff, yeah? And I can see it with my students. But at the same time, as you're saying, if you're a professor or a teacher or an instructor that really gets the hang of this AI tools and everything, you will be having a potentialized resume and skills and everything. And that's the key. You need to get training, yes? Not because of just earning more money, because of course we need to survive, we need to pay bills and stuff, but also because you need to keep yourself like You need to spice up your brain every single time. Don't stick to the same thing. And this is also a recommendation for everybody, and even for us as professors with a lot of experience. For example, I can tell you, because I deal with professors all the time, that say, no, but I don't like them using the cell phone too much. Well, so if you don't want to use it, then try to shape things differently. But don't stress out. Sometimes emotionally, we get the toll of these emotions and everything, and we don't have time as we used to have. But this will guarantee us the life quality too, and how to spend time with others, for doing research, for doing and having fun, and having this moment of or feeling that we are making impact in everyone's lives.
Thank you. Totally agree. I remember when Excel was the latest thing in software, and I remember my teachers telling me the students won't know how to solve math problems because Excel is doing everything, and it's not. So it depends on how we model ourselves in that context. So yeah, it's not going to disappear. Relax. It's gonna be there, I promise. Thank you. Anyone else? No. Okay, so thank you. Gracias porque hace rato me faltaba esto. Me faltaba escenario. Muchas gracias.
Les vamos a dar el certificado al profesor y pues el regalo de la universidad. Thank you, Professor Javier, for your time and contribution. We greatly appreciate your return to the university to share experiences with us.
Ok, hola. Ok, gracias, docente Javier, por su tiempo de intervención. Apreciamos mucho que haya vuelto a la universidad a compartir sus experiencias con nosotros.
To conclude our Congress, we have an outstanding presentation led by highly experienced academic professional Freddy Alexander Melo, Master in Education, Specialist in Higher Education, and Specialist in Pedagogy. Freddy will speak to us about from the traditional classroom to the smart classroom, the role of AI in education. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Bueno, y para finalizar nuestra agenda del Congreso, tenemos una excelente intervención guiada por un profesional con amplia trayectoria académica. Su nombre es Freddy Alexander Melo, es magíster en educación, especialista en educación superior y especialista en pedagogía. Freddy nos hablará sobre del aula tradicional al aula inteligente, el papel de la IA en la educación. Por favor, recibámoslo con un fuerte aplauso.
Sonido, listo. Buenos días, chicos. Muy buenos días a todos. Bueno, mucho gusto. Mi nombre es Freddy Alexander Melo. Tengo pues una maestría en educación, una maestría en ciencia y tecnología, una especialización en pedagogía, una especialización en educación superior, algunos años de experiencia, una década de experiencia en el aula y pues hace unos años soy directivo docente. Ahorita cuando estaba ahí sentado esta mañana pues me reía un poquito dentro viendo las presentaciones porque me di cuenta que prácticamente lo que les iba a presentar hoy todo ya fue presentado. Pero entonces vamos a hacer una cosa y vamos a aprovechar que ustedes ya pues tienen muy buen conocimiento, llevamos desde las 8 de la mañana escuchando sobre IA, viendo algunas cosas, para que hagamos un diálogo, para que de la experiencia y los años de experiencia que tengo pues en el aula, pues se la pueda compartir a ustedes y solucionarles tal vez algunas dudas, algunas cosas, algunas experiencias, algunas vivencias que van a ser muy importantes pues para lo que ustedes van a enfrentar en muy poco tiempo. Entonces vamos a cambiar un poquito el formato en ese sentido. Bueno, entonces vamos ahorita a hablar de 5 cositas así. Vamos a hablar de un diagnóstico y es el por qué es importante. O sea, por qué el cambio es ineludible, no podemos huirle más a esto. Quiero que hablemos y que vamos a hacer una reflexión y esa la vamos a hacer entre todos de que es un aula inteligente, porque a veces cuando nos hablan de aula inteligente, pues tenemos un concepto que podría tal vez no ser el correcto. Vamos a ver algunos rostros de la IA, porque la IA pues es una gran herramienta, pero con ella hay que tener mucho cuidado porque tiene sus dos caras. Algún caso concreto, quiero que hablemos de los dilemas, el factor humano, y pues al final de esto quiero que todos vamos a hacer un compromiso respecto a esto. Bueno, entonces, ¿por qué será urgente este cambio? Y yo esta mañana, y escuchándolo a todos, bueno, todo el mundo habla de IA, ¿cuántos llevamos escuchando ese tema? Pero vamos a hablar solo del Tolima. El Tolima tiene aproximadamente 1.800 sedes. Tengo la oportunidad de conocer muchas de ellas, conozco unas 70 sedes de las instituciones de acá, y les voy a decir que cuando llegamos al aula, todos saben la historia de la IA, pero cuando llegamos al aula, ¿y dónde está la IA? ¿Dónde está el aula inteligente? ¿Qué es esto? Entonces uno ve esa aula que hace 40 años era así, todavía está igualita, igual. Las sillas puestas en el mismo sitio, el mismo tablero. Van a creer que hay instituciones, hay sedes educativas en el Tolima que todavía tienen tablero de tiza. Y entonces, ¿qué está pasando? ¿Dónde estamos evolucionando? Y eso funcionaba muy bien hace unos años porque cuando estábamos con el concepto del tema de la revolución industrial, pues era perfecto. ¿Qué queríamos? Un modelo sistemático, lineal, donde todo fuera igual. Porque las cadenas de producción son eso, queremos que todo salga igual. Es más, nos miden por qué tan igual sale todo, pero resulta que nosotros los seres humanos no somos un producto, ¿no? Somos independientes, somos diferentes y por eso es que esto no nos está funcionando. Entonces luego llegamos con el cuento de que no, ya ahorita no estamos en la sociedad industrial, estamos en la sociedad de la información. Y entonces a la docencia nos llegó de que era importante que todos tuviéramos una cantidad de información. Una cantidad de información. Entonces llegaban al aula, nos preguntaban cuál es la capital del Tolima, cuál es la capital y el que no se sabía eso, pues grave, ¿cierto? Pero es información. Por sí solo es importante saber ubicar, no vamos a descontextualizar que tener información es importante, pero la información por sí sola, ¿para qué sirve? Yo ahorita les podría botar algún dato y si no lo tenemos, no lo sabemos usar, ¿para qué nos sirve? Y es ahí cuando empezamos a hablar de las sociedades del conocimiento, que me imagino que pues ustedes ya tendrán muy claro qué es eso. Y para la IA, y ahí es donde esto es que es importante en la sociedad del conocimiento, porque es que la sociedad del conocimiento que nos está diciendo, venga, esa información tiene que servir para algo. Yo tengo que empezar a hacer algo con esa información, o si no solo son números, solo son datos, solo son palabras. ¿Qué vamos a hacer con esta información? Y esto tengo que decirles ustedes que se van a enfrentar muy pronto, que algunos tal vez por sus prácticas ya se están enfrentando con esos chicos allá, y es que no lo estamos haciendo. Tenemos una duda bien grande como docentes, como futuros docentes, y es que eso no lo estamos haciendo, nos estamos quedando ahí. Entonces esa va a ser la invitación de hoy. Tenemos que transformar el conocimiento, nosotros no podemos seguir en ese tema. Y esa es la urgencia de que tenemos que hacer el cambio. Ya no podemos seguir con esa transmisión unidireccional de información donde ustedes se llegan ahí. Bueno, niños, sujeto, verbo, complemento. Y se va el niño sujeto, verbo, pero ¿listo? Ahora tenemos que pensamiento crítico, adaptabilidad. Por favor, eso sí que es importante porque también se van a encontrar que resulta que el aula no son 30 niños allá todos en las mismas condiciones. Son 30 universos totalmente diferentes. Y si nosotros no adaptamos esto, vamos a sufrir muchísimo. Bueno, entonces yo tuve dos, pues, frasecitas que quería que revisáramos y que las revisáramos. Entonces, Salvarria Melo, que por favor los invito a que lo lean, que ha hecho mucha investigación pues, en el aula inteligente, nos dice que los sistemas educativos no están integrando las tecnologías inteligentes y eso amplifica la brecha entre escuela y sociedad. Y por otro lado, hay una gran resistencia al cambio tecnológico y esto limita el desarrollo de competencias metacognitivas. Entonces, ¿quién tiene que romper esto? Nosotros como docentes. Ojo, porque es que yo siempre escucho al profesor decirle ya al niño, guarda el celular, eso no sirve para nada. Que es como la principal herramienta tecnológica a la que todos tienen acceso. Es como la herramienta a la que más tenemos acceso. Y es lo que nos tenemos que preguntar, si esa herramienta tecnológica no sirve para nada o es que es el uso que nosotros le estamos permitiendo dar. Bueno, y acá tengo unos datos que, para que los revisen y los analicemos, de lo que estamos hablando precisamente, y es que las investigaciones que nos dicen que el uso de herramientas tecnológicas desarrolladas, pues han encontrado que 27% más de retención, porque eso es lo que también nos está pasando. Resulta que yo me desgasto, doy la clase, muy feliz, el niño me preguntó, y a los 8 días cuando vuelvo a tener clase con él, porque no hay retención del conocimiento. 27% más. Ustedes no se van a imaginar lo increíble que para un docente es este número. 55% más de participación. Ahorita me he dado cuenta acá como se el profesor César para que le participaran. Y somos estudiantes universitarios. Imagínense lo que pasa en un aula de primaria o de bachillerato. Entonces, ese número también es hermoso. 55% más de participación en el aula. Siguiente, por favor. Bueno, y el otro dato que no estaba ahí es que un 2.7% más de pensamiento crítico. Y estaba mirando ahorita también precisamente los resultados que ya no salieron, los resultados que no se evalúan a las instituciones educativas. Y hace 10 años teníamos 8 instituciones educativas en categoría A+. Hoy tenemos 3 y son privadas. Entonces, 2.7%, nos estamos dando cuenta que son herramientas que realmente nos van a ayudar a apropiar. Bueno, y entonces la IA se va a presentar de muchas formas. La primera, para que yo veo, es que es ese asistente estratégico, es un gran asistente. Ahorita lo decía el ponente que estaba acá. ¿Cómo nos ahorra trabajo? Si es mi asistente, yo lo puedo poner a hacer muchas cosas. Entonces resulta que yo le digo, bueno, yo ahí tengo algunos ejemplos diferentes porque yo soy docente de matemáticas, pero uno decía, bueno, resulta que yo al niño le voy a poner este ejercicio, pero resulta que si yo le pongo el mismo ejercicio en la evaluación y como las aulas son bien pequeñas, pues todos se me van a copiar. ¿Qué problema? Pues eso también es trabajoso, es laborioso usted inventarse 30 evaluaciones. Pero si yo le doy unos parámetros y él en 5 minutos me hace 30 evaluaciones diferentes del mismo tema. Ahora resulta, y por eso les preguntaba que ustedes cómo estaban en ese tema de las prácticas, porque es que resulta que los niños tienen niveles y los niveles no dependen del grado. Entonces yo voy a encontrar un niño de 15 años en el grado 10º y ahí puedo tener 20 niños de 15 años en el grado 10º, pero los niveles de cada uno es diferente y yo tengo que adaptar eso. Yo no puedo seguir pensando que todos son iguales y voy a darles a todos lo mismo porque desafortunadamente no se puede. Pero si yo le digo a la IA, bueno, hágame 5 evaluaciones con estos parámetros de este nivel, del mismo tema, otras 5 así, otras 5 así, ¿cuánto tiempo me estoy ahorrando? ¿Cierto? Y es un tiempo que es un tiempo valioso porque por eso me da mucha risa cuando está ahorita el analista de ahorita, porque les estaba diciendo lo que les quería decir y es que es tiempo valioso para lo que realmente importa y es para la pedagogía. Yo no me tengo por qué estar desgastando haciendo un ejercicio que me lo puede hacer esto. Yo tengo que desgastarme en otras cosas más importantes, en atención directa al alumnado. Entonces, ¿qué nos da la IA? Bueno, nos da una generación instantánea, adaptada y en poco tiempo. Nos puede corregir. Ese mismo ejercicio que yo puedo usar herramientas tecnológicas para que lo solucionen, ella misma me lo puede solucionar. Los estudiantes tienen tutoría 24/7, porque si yo también tengo que llevar al estudiante a aprender a usar esto y aprenderlo a usar de forma correcta. Y este temita que por eso les decía que la idea tenía dos caras, y es el tema ético. Y ahorita preguntaba a alguien que si será que los docentes nos vamos a acabar, y yo decía, mire, la IA evalúa respuestas, pero es que nosotros somos los que comprendemos los mundos, esos mundos. Y eso nunca lo va a hacer la inteligencia. Y aunque se llama inteligencia artificial, tal vez más adelante al final comprendamos que inteligencia es un nombre que le damos porque los inteligentes somos solo los seres humanos. Ellos solo siguen comandos, solo repiten, que lo hacen muy rápido, pero no es inteligencia real. Bueno, ¿cómo es la segunda carita que se nos presenta? Entonces, primero vimos que la IA puede ser un asistente que nos va a ayudar a solucionar esos temas. Pero aquí es donde aparece la magia, llamo yo, y es que puede ser un analista del aprendizaje. Y entonces, resulta que yo tengo 30 niños y yo para poder atender esa clase tengo que saber qué tengo. Y resulta que la IA me puede dar una detención de estilos y ritmos de aprendizaje, porque recordemos que no todos aprenden igual, no todos aprenden de la misma forma y no todos aprenden a la misma velocidad. Pero si yo no comprendo eso en el aula, voy a tener falla. Entonces yo al final me digo, pero ¿qué pasa? Yo me desgasto, yo hago estrategia, yo hago eso, yo les llevo música, yo les veo videos, yo hago esto. Pero resulta que yo no comprendí que mis estudiantes no eran visuales, que mis estudiantes eran auditivos o que mis estudiantes eran de otro tipo de inteligencia. Entonces, ¿qué es lo primero que yo iría a hacer en el aula? Ustedes cuando lleguen al aula, ¿qué creen que es lo primero que querían hacer cuando se van a enfrentar a esos niños? Un diagnóstico, ¿cierto? ¿Y cómo lo vamos a hacer? ¿Cuánto cree que porque yo como yo soy directivo y yo lo primero que les doy a principio de año a los profes es, bueno, profes, vamos a hacer un diagnóstico a ver qué es lo que estamos recibiendo, sobre todo los niños que hacen ese cambio como de primaria a bachillerato, para mí es muy importante. Y todos los profesores de una vez, porque ellos de una vez están asumiendo me voy a trasnochar, porque le tienen mucho miedo a utilizar estas herramientas. ¿O qué pasa? Resulta listo, hacen el diagnóstico, consiguen pruebas, ahorita hay muchas pruebas estandarizadas que uno simplemente las puede adaptar, y pues esas pruebas estandarizadas ya han pasado unos filtros, que son muy valiosas. Recogemos una información, ¿cierto? Pero la información, ¿qué? Hay que hacer algo con ella, o si no. Y es una invitación que yo también les quiero hacer, y es que resulta que casi siempre profes de otras áreas diferentes a las matemáticas le tienen mucho miedo a las matemáticas. Y resulta que son tan importantes porque es que si yo no entiendo un poco de estadística, no entiendo un poco de estas cosas, pues me va a quedar muy difícil comprender si esos números que les está hablando. Entonces, las matemáticas ahí son importantes también. ¿Listo? Es importante comprender, yo tengo tanto porcentaje de estudiantes que tienen esta capacidad, tengo un porcentaje de estudiantes que están en este nivel, tengo tal porcentaje. Imagínate a mí un diagnóstico con un profesor de español que me salió ahorita anotado, que tenía el 10% de estudiantes que no sabían leer. Y ustedes imagínense en el profesor de inglés en esa clase. Entonces, bueno. Bueno, les decía, miren, entonces los algoritmos de IA facilitan adaptaciones curriculares que mejoran el rendimiento académico. Entonces, ¿yo qué hago? Les decía ahorita el panelista anterior. Nosotros tenemos una estructura curricular que, pues, digamos, eso está guiada por el Ministerio de Educación, que hay que cumplir unos requisitos, que a veces es burocracia, pero pues burocracia con la que hay que cumplir y que es muy desgastante para todos. Pero ¿yo qué hago? Y le digo, bueno, mire, esta es la estructura curricular, estos son los diagnósticos, hágame las adaptaciones. ¿Qué hay que hacer? Sentarnos a revisar quién nos entrega, porque nada es perfecto a veces lo que nos entrega, comete errores, eso es normal. Y como yo les decía alguna vez a alguien, no se les olvide que los expertos son ustedes. La IA no es el experto, la IA es una herramienta, pero los expertos somos cada uno de nosotros. ¿Listo? Ah, bueno, y mire, también esta investigación de Cartes que nos dice que el análisis de la covariancia revela las ganancias significativas en grupos con personalización. ¿A qué se refiere eso? Entonces, él estudió eso, él cogió esos currículos, hizo ese diagnóstico, le pidió que por favor hiciera los ajustes, lo dividió por grupos, entonces digamos de esos 30, tengo 4 grupos por niveles, por estilos de aprendizaje, los aplicó y encontró una covarianza. ¿Qué significa eso? Que hay una relación directa positiva en haber hecho ese uso de esa inteligencia artificial en esos grupos específicos para mejorar y eso tuvo ganancias significativas. Entonces, pues, ahí es donde hacemos la aplicación. Bueno, y entonces, ¿qué es lo que tenemos? Este yo puse antes, pero tristemente tenemos que decir que es un antes muy de todavía. Y que entonces, ¿qué tenemos? Ah, tenemos ese camino lineal, entonces, ¿qué hacemos? Vamos, echamos el carretazo, contamos un poquito la teoría, volvemos al caso por ejemplo, ustedes, bueno, entonces vamos a hablar de la estructura gramatical, entonces esto es así, sujeto, montamos los ejercicios a los estudiantes, pues para ver qué haya aprendido, y luego, ¡pum!, le clavamos el examen, entonces después, pero este niño, ¿qué pasa si yo lo estoy haciendo? ¿Qué nos están diciendo ahorita y lo que les estoy diciendo? Cada niño es diferente, eso es una travesía personalizada. Y yo entendería y entiendo que pues hacer 30 evaluaciones, hacer 30 por cada grado y multiplicamos si tenemos 5 horas, pues fácilmente un docente puede tener 200 o 300 estudiantes. Entonces yo haciendo 300 evaluaciones diferentes, 300 diagnósticos, complicado, pero tenemos herramientas. Entonces ahorita ¿qué se les está proponiendo? Vamos a hacer ese diagnóstico con IA, que nos va a ayudar. Vamos a dividir por grupos dinámicos según el mismo diagnóstico que nos está entregando y empezamos a hacer retos contextualizados para ese nivel y para ese estudiante. Y ese último es el tiempo que estamos liberando en lo que lo tenemos que usar, es ese feedback continuo. Bueno, yo ya tengo más tiempo, yo ya no estoy planeando igual, vamos a usarlo para hacer ese feedback continuo a los estudiantes para tener esa mejora. Bueno, entonces, y aquí viene otra pregunta. ¿Ustedes creen que la IA llega a cambiar como el sistema educativo como tal? Entonces, miren, yo hablo más de las combinaciones ganadoras. Resulta que, por ejemplo, los ABPs, uno va a los colegios y resulta que hay colegios que le van a decir que los ABPs es lo mejor del mundo. Funcionan. Y uno se va para otros colegios y resulta que dicen que eso no funciona para nada, que eso es imposible implementarlo. Entonces uno se empieza a hacer la revisión, bueno, ¿por qué en un lado está funcionando y por qué en otro lado no está? Y sobre todo cuando los contextos son similares. Y entonces volvemos al caso. Cuando empezamos a revisar todo eso, pues resulta que es que los profesores de ese colegio están sobresaturados, tienen mucha carga burocrática, tienen que, mejor dicho, cualquier cantidad de trabajo y o no se ven o se sienten a veces limitados en los desarrollos de esos ABP, pero cuando los cogemos, le aplicamos IA a eso, pues generamos escenarios y rúbricas de forma más rápida, más dinámica, y ese trabajo tan dispendioso se facilita mucho y empezamos a darnos cuenta que los ABP sí funcionan. Lo que pasa, y eso ténganlo en cuenta para todo, es que ninguna herramienta ni ningún método es específico e igualito para todo lado. Siempre tenemos que entender que nuestros contextos son diferentes y tenemos que tener la capacidad de entender el contexto y adaptar lo que tenemos a ese contexto, que también a veces es la falla. Entonces, acá les doy 4 ejemplos de metodologías que se pueden combinar con IA y que son, digamos, que hace que son combinaciones ganadoras porque nos hemos dado cuenta que al aplicarlas, pues funcionan. Los ABPs, el aprendizaje colaborativo que vuelve el caso. Uno cuando le pregunta a los docentes, ¿y los aprendizajes colaborativos funcionan? Hay docentes que, creo que la primera exposición pues tuvo que ver con aprendizajes colaborativos. Pero uno va a otras aulas y dice, no, eso no funciona, es un niño se pone, hay que revisar la metodología. El aula invertida y la gamificación. Profes, o futuros profes, este tema y esos 4 los tengo acá porque se van a dar cuenta y ustedes se van a enfrentar con una cosa, y es que tener el interés del estudiante es el truco de esto, del cuento de la educación, y es complicadísimo. Hay profesores que llevan 30, 40 años de experiencia y a veces no son capaces de tener el interés del estudiante. Es complicadísimo en el aula universitaria donde pues uno tiene un grupo de estudiantes que tiene un interés común y que por eso está estudiando esto. Ahora imagínenselo cuando ustedes van a enfrentarse a un grupo de estudiantes con unas características sociales diferentes, donde yo tengo un niño que todos los días desayuna, tengo un niño que no desayuna, tengo un niño que está obligado, tiene un niño que se fue abusado, tiene un niño que tiene estrada. Entonces tenemos que usar esto. Sí o sí tenemos que usar esto. Bueno. Y aquí viene un tema, y es que hay que tener en cuenta, yo les decía que la IA tiene 2 caras, porque resulta que la IA no es inteligente como tal, como les decía a un principio, ellas son algoritmos y lo repite, pero ¿quién le da las instrucciones? ¿Quién la entrena? ¿Quién le dice qué debes que hacer? Y si no tenemos cuidado, lo que vamos a terminar es reflejando y aplicando nuestros perjuicios. Entonces veíamos un ejemplo que teníamos, resulta que alguien quería hacer un cuestionario para decirle a los niños de 11, pues que para que tuvieran una idea de qué deberían estudiar cuando salieran, según pues, sus gustos, según sus capacidades, sus calificaciones y todo esto. Y resulta que ese algoritmo lo hizo una persona que tenía ciertos sesgos y sin darse cuenta empezó a entrenarle y a decirle a la IA que las carreras de tipo STEAM eran para los hombres, y nos empezamos a dar cuenta que siempre los resultados de las carreras STEAM eran para hombres. O sea, ¿qué hizo? Puso un prejuicio en la IA. Pero esos prejuicios son de nosotros, entonces tenemos que tener mucho cuidado con eso. Bueno, mire, el ejemplo. Entonces, en ese sistema, pues nos dimos cuenta que las carreras STEAM siempre predominaban en varones. Pero no es porque no haya mujeres que les gusten las matemáticas, era porque dentro de la persona que entrenó esa IA para que hiciera eso, tenía unos prejuicios que se vieron evidenciados ahí. Y entonces es importante que tengamos en cuenta la línea ética que tenemos que manejar con eso, porque pues hay que entender que en esto, digamos que esa es una línea bien delgadita con la que tenemos que jugar mucho y tener mucho cuidado. Bueno, y aquí viene esa gran pregunta, entonces la IA ¿será un puente o un muro? ¿Y de quién va a depender si es un puente o un muro? Entonces, ¿por qué va a ser un puente? Claro, es una herramienta genial, ya nos hemos dado cuenta hoy durante toda la mañana, pues que tiene acceso a recursos, conexión global, facilita, mejora los aprendizajes, tenemos diferentes caminos. Pero si yo le doy un mal uso, o si yo llego a una institución con brechas al acceso, o si yo voy a aplicar una herramienta y no me fijo en que solo de esos 30 estudiantes, 5 tienen acceso a recursos tecnológicos y no busco una forma de solucionar eso, estoy, en vez de solucionándole un problema a esa comunidad, pues generándole un problema mayor. Y pues ya hay unas brechas. Hay que tener en cuenta, y ustedes, desafortunadamente, en la educación, y sobre todo en la educación pública, primaria y preescolar, nos vamos a encontrar con que hay unas brechas muy grandes. Ahí, Tolima, les decía que Tolima tiene 1830 sedes, algo así. De esas 1830 sedes, menos de 30 sedes tienen menos de 5 años. Y más de 1000 sedes tienen más de 35 o 40 años. Hay al menos unas 170 sedes que no tienen acceso a luz. Entonces, pero eso no, o sea, y no les digo esto para que digan, esto no se puede hacer, no. Tenemos que adaptar cómo vamos a usar esto para que estas herramientas sean de acceso a todos. Y antes de que continuemos, les voy a hacer una pregunta. ¿Cuál ustedes entonces creen que, que es el punto? ¿Cuál es el problema de por qué no estamos aplicando? Bueno, listo, ya sabemos que hay unos problemas de infraestructura, económicos, hay unos problemas que las secretarías de educación tienen que solucionar. Pero ¿cuál creen que podría ser el otro problema al por qué no se está aplicando esto en el aula?
Yo considero, profe, que el principal problema no vienen siendo los recursos, debido a que pues la inteligencia artificial hoy en día se puede encontrar en muchas partes. Yo creo que más bien uno de los mayores problemas que pienso yo que tenemos varios docentes es, como usted lo menciona y como le lo han mencionado en todas las presentaciones, es el uso que nosotros les damos a las cosas. Por ejemplo, eso pasa como en las matemáticas, como en el inglés, como en ciencias naturales, como en otras, en todo, en todo. Eso ocurre en todo. Yo, pues, afortunadamente, mi tesis de grado fue en gramática funcional y precisamente quise tocar ese tema porque la funcionalidad de las cosas es lo que capta también de alguna u otra forma que el estudiante coincida lo que hace como algo que es útil. Entonces, si nosotros logramos utilizar esto y apropiarlo y coincidirlo como algo que nos puede ayudar sin dejar de ser nosotros como los mediadores del conocimiento, sin dejar de ser nosotros los que tienen la vocación, eso es lo que marca la diferencia, ¿no? Porque hay el profesor de que le pregunta a ChatGPT enseguida y con base a lo que le dice es lo que hace en la clase. Muchas veces es el mismo profesor el que utiliza esta IA y en vez de, como usted lo mencionó antes, en vez de dar la solución al problema, generas un muro. Porque hasta él mismo se puede confundir dando la clase y ahí es donde entran como las incongruencias, ¿ya? Pero si nosotros como profes somos conscientes de que esta herramienta realmente es algo que nos puede funcionar, teniendo en cuenta el concepto de funcionalidad como algo que nos puede resolver problemas, algo que puede ayudarnos a que los estudiantes sean más proactivos, que nos den todos los beneficios que ya se han mencionado, pues entonces la inteligencia artificial ya viene siendo pues un puente. Y el principal problema es la percepción que nosotros tenemos sobre esto. Muchos tal vez no tienen conocimiento como yo. Yo en este congreso la verdad es que he aprendido muchísimas cosas, pero pues es ahí el meollo del asunto, ¿no? El problema considero que no es de recursos, sino más bien de conocimiento y de funcionalidad, ¿sí?
Sí es de recursos, sino que de recursos humanos. Y ahí les tengo otro dato. El 87.5% de los docentes manifiestan que el principal problema es de capacitación. Y ahí hicimos el ejercicio con unos pocos profes y se les dio alguna pequeña capacitación, una charla de cómo podían hacer algunas cosas. Y nos dimos cuenta de otra cosa. Y viene la segunda, y es que podemos saber manejar las herramientas. Vean, yo sé manejar Excel, un ejemplo. Pero si le dice uno a algún profe, bueno, como ya usted sabe manejar Excel, vaya, mónteme las finanzas del colegio en un formato Excel. Entonces, a veces sabemos manejar las herramientas, pero también es darle la aplicación. Pero sí, ese es un dato importante. O sea, el 80%, el 85, 87% de los docentes manifiestan que tienen un problema de capacitación. Y lo vimos ahorita en pandemia. Ahorita en pandemia nos vimos como cualquier cantidad de docentes prefieren retirarse. Porque mal o bien se vieron enfrentados a que tenían que usar las tecnologías. Y eso que, pues digamos que cuando revisamos en diferentes colegios, pues lo que se siguió no fue mucho. Pero aún así, muchos docentes dijeron, voy a retirar. Y eso porque fue una obligación. Estamos enfrentando otro problema. Las instituciones educativas, algo con lo que ustedes van a tener también que ir a luchar. Y es que más o menos estamos perdiendo 5.000 estudiantes por año. Hace 10 años Colombia tuvo 720.000 nacimientos. El año pasado tuvo 400.000. Entonces también y el problema dónde va y que estamos viendo en algunos municipios nos estamos volviendo una competencia entre los colegios, estamos peleando porque pues hay que traer a esos estudiantes. ¿Y cómo los atraemos? Y esa también es una muy buena estrategia de prensa porque es que resulta que el voz a voz es interesantísimo, es importantísimo. Vámonos para el colegio tal porque es que imagínense que el profesor de inglés de allá es lo más de chévere, nos pone esto, nos hace esto, ay no nos quedamos dormidos con él porque lo escucha uno. Y uno diría, ¿y a mí qué me importa? Pues me importa porque es que resulta que si los estudiantes se me van, pues nosotros sin estudiantes que somos. Entonces también esa invitación. Bueno, y esto venía a la pregunta que hizo, que si los docentes nos íbamos, tenía esa diapositiva precisamente para contestar y llegar a eso, y es que si los docentes nos íbamos a acabar. Y la cosa es, el docente no se va a acabar, lo que pasa es que el docente se tiene que reinventar. Es instructor. Ahora que tenemos que somos arquitectos de experiencias. Y somos arquitectos de experiencias porque es que si nosotros no le brindamos una buena experiencia al estudiante, ¿qué estamos hablando? El estudiante va a buscar a alguien que sí le brinda una buena experiencia. O simplemente se va a desconectar de la clase. Y les decía ahorita al principio, conectar al estudiante es el reto más grande con el que ustedes se van a encontrar. Todos esos 5 años que estuvieron acá, todo eso va a estar ahí, conectar con el estudiante. Y también lo decía el panelista anterior, es que la inteligencia no conecta. Eso solo lo podemos hacer nosotros. ¿Listo? Entonces, por eso, tengan en cuenta, el docente no se va a acabar. Lo que pasa es que el docente tiene que evolucionar. Tiene que evolucionar. Y miren esta frase, el profesor es el factor decisivo en el éxito o en el fracaso de cualquier innovación. Y entonces les comentaba ahorita lo de los proyectos, lo sabe, ¿por qué en unos colegios está funcionando y otros no? Porque no depende de las máquinas. Sí, son herramientas, sí, las vamos a usar, sí, son necesarias. Pero ¿quién es el factor decisivo? Son ustedes. Entonces, depende de ustedes. Entonces, ¿cuáles van a ser los 5 roles del educador de aquí en adelante? Les decía, ese diseñador, ustedes ahora se tienen que ver es como diseñadores, como creadores de experiencias, creadores de aprendizajes aumentados. Por favor, métanse en la cabeza que no podemos llegar más al salón con el lapicero, con el marcador a decirles vamos a hacer esto. Es necesario, tampoco es que lo vamos a, pero eso no puede ser todas las clases en eso porque ¿qué es el nuevo rol del docente? Y esto tal vez es lo más importante que se tienen que llevar, y es que ustedes ahorita son facilitadores, son un guía de un proceso dinámico, pero es que ustedes tienen que convencer al estudiante de que él es quien debe generar su propio aprendizaje. Un mentor, nuevamente, ese docente que acompaña ese proceso, no es ese docente que está transmitiendo una información, porque ni siquiera es un conocimiento, sino está transmitiendo una información, es un guía. Y eso sí que es importantísimo, la parte de curador y selección y evaluar recursos críticamente. Resulta que es como a veces somos un poco, pues, algunos profes de pronto son un poco revisores, sí, listo, usan la IA, vamos, genéreme estas diapositivas, móntenmelas, bueno, y pum, así las mandan. Y a veces resulta que se dan cuenta que están poniendo recursos que no, pues, que digamos son un poco verdaderos con la información que están transmitiendo. Y me ha pasado, cuando uno va a hacer evaluación docente, que tiene que hacer revisión de clases, empieza a darse cuenta que algunas veces los profes, en ese afán de eso, transmiten datos que no son muy ciertos. Y el problema, chicos, es que cuando yo le enseño a algún estudiante, desenseñar sí que es complicado. Entonces tengamos mucho cuidado con eso porque le hacemos un daño grande a esos estudiantes. Si enseñarle algo a un estudiante es complicado, enseñárselo sí que es complicadísimo. Entonces tengamos mucho cuidado con eso. Y ese garante ético les está diciendo, pues yo tengo que, ahorita pues con las ideas y toda esta información que voy montando en las redes, yo estoy haciendo que todo se vuelva público, entonces tengo que tener mucho cuidado pues con la ética, con la información, con todo, con el uso responsable. Les decía, el uso responsable, hay que usarla, pero el uso responsable, ¿listo? Y entonces quería concluir que pues creo que hay 3 verdades que son ineludibles. 1, la IA potencia el aprendizaje cuando la pedagogía lo lidera. Cuando la pedagogía lo lidera. Volvemos al caso. Y la pedagogía, la IA no tiene pedagogía. ¿Quién son los que tenemos pedagogía? Somos nosotros. La ética no es opcional, es una condición. Tengan mucho cuidado con eso. Siempre tengan eso por delante de todo. Es muy triste, la verdad, lo que les estaba diciendo. Y es que está el punto de que algunos pocos profesionales, a veces uno se da cuenta. Me pasó con un estudiante alguna vez en matemáticas que le dije, usted usó IA para hacer este ejercicio de matemáticas, ¿cierto? Y me dijo, no, profe, fue un chico de Bogotá que es amigo mío que está en la universidad y me ayudó. Pero resulta que la IA, y cada uno de nosotros tiene una forma muy particular de escribir. Uno sabe cuando uno está revisándole una tesis o algo a alguien que eso no lo escribió él, porque la forma tan particular que cada uno tiene de escribir, y la IA tiene una forma muy particular de escribir, y la IA se equivoca. Entonces, la responsabilidad, tengan mucho cuidado con eso. Y nuevamente lo que volvemos y lo que creo que es la gran conclusión que pueden llevarse hoy de este congreso, y es que el docente tiene que evolucionar de ese instructor a arquitecto de experiencias. ¿Listo? Llévense en esa idea. ¿Cuál es mi función? Ser arquitecto, diseñar esa experiencia que le va a llevar al estudiante para que tenga la capacidad de llegar a donde yo quiero. Y que esas experiencias tienen que adaptarse a diferentes circunstancias, situaciones, contextos y niños. Y pues ese es el compromiso que quería que se llevara. Que cada uno de ustedes se comprometa a que vamos a usar esas herramientas, vamos a generar recursos, lo vamos a compartir con nuestros compañeros y vamos a hacer ese análisis. Llevémonos ese compromiso todos, porque bueno, estuvo muy bueno a las 5 charlas que recibieron hoy y hablaron de ella y todo eso, pero si no vamos a hacerlo, no hacemos nada. Y en este tema y en todos los temas, generalmente los temas de tecnología, ustedes se van a encontrar que la única forma de aprender a usarlos es usándolos. Ustedes pueden recibir una charla, ver un video tutorial y eso, un PRON se hace de esta forma, un PRON se hace, pero si ustedes no se sientan a usar las herramientas, pues es imposible. Eso es de falla, rol, de cacharrear. Al principio un poquito cansón, decepcionante, no me sale, la vida falla, pero uno empieza a aprender y se van a dar cuenta que es una herramienta que les va a solucionar la vida si es como herramienta. Y bueno, les había dicho entonces que quería pues así súper rapidito y quiero escucharlos ahora a ustedes. A mí me gustaría escucharlos sobre qué tienen que pensar, qué dudas tienen, aprovechar como tener una pequeña charlita, esos 10 minutos que nos quedan de exposición. Entonces, no sé, los escucho, ¿qué quieren? ¿Alguno que quiera decir algo? ¿Qué dudas tienen? ¿Ninguno?
Sí, sí. Sí. Yo quiero decir que al fin y al cabo, pues, sí o sí, depende de nosotros. Por más que utilicemos IA, nosotros somos los que vamos a implementar eso en el aula de clase. Entonces, al fin y al cabo, lo importante es cómo nosotros desarrollemos lo que hacemos con IA o le preguntamos a la IA, pero lo importante es cómo nosotros lo desarrollamos al momento de enseñar en el aula de clase.
Vale, muchas gracias. Sí, muy correcto. Digamos que eso es como algo que nos vamos a hallar hoy. Ya todos creo que van claros de que hay que usar estas herramientas. ¿Cómo las vamos a usar? Eso sí depende de cada uno de ustedes, ¿vale?
Yo tengo una experiencia que a mí me pasó que estaba aplicando uno de los talleres de mi tesis y estaban los muchachos diciéndome, profe, pero el verbo to be lo vemos todo el tiempo y no se nos queda. Entonces yo llegué y les dije, listo, vamos a hacer un jueguito. Yo les voy a explicar una sola vez y con esa vez estoy seguro de que lo van a entender. Y entonces llegaron y todos se pusieron juiciositos a prestarme atención. Yo les dije, listo. Verbo to be simple, cero estar. I am José. ¿Qué dice? Yo soy José. I am happy. Yo estoy feliz. Verbo ser, verbo estar. Es todo. Nunca se les olvidó. Entonces, esa aplicabilidad que tiene el enseñar para qué funcionan las cosas es tal cual lo que tenemos que hacer con la IA. Pero dependiendo de cómo lo utilicemos, así mismo funciona o no funciona. Eso es como lo que yo quiero comentar ahí. Cuanto a preguntas, pues yo no tengo preguntas.
¿Alguien más que quiera de pronto hacernos un comentario, aprovechar un resumen de la jornada?
Creo que sí es algo, o sea, algo importante que tenemos que tener bastante en cuenta es que el contexto está cambiando constantemente. Y nosotros tenemos que también, como decía usted,
adaptarnos, ajustarnos a conforme va cambiando el mundo y también pues al contexto en el que estén los estudiantes. Porque muchas veces debemos mentalizarnos a que hay distintas formas de pensar, hay distintas experiencias en cada estudiante. Entonces está en nosotros adaptarnos a ellos.
Vale, gracias.
Yo creo que, pues después de escuchar todas las charlas sobre el uso de la IA, nosotros primero, pues darnos cuenta que no solo los estudiantes usan herramientas IA, sino también los maestros, los empresarios. Es decir, es una herramienta. Es como comprar un vehículo y decirle a las personas que no se monten en él. Básicamente, ahora la tarea no es satanizar si la usas o no, sino cuál es el nivel de responsabilidad con la que se usa. Por ejemplo, yo tengo estudiantes en donde muchas veces se les pide escribir algo y uno conoce al estudiante, uno sabe el nivel de inglés que posee o cómo habla, por ejemplo. Y un uso irresponsable, por ejemplo, sería que le pida a la IA que le escriba un documento para entregárselo al profesor. En ese sentido es obvio, o sea, es como la falta de conciencia en saber de que esto yo no lo escribí. Y también como maestros nosotros debemos ser responsables de analizar si esta competencia que estoy evaluando en realidad fue creada por mi estudiante, el que yo conozco y el que tengo en mi aula de clase. Entonces aquí la tarea es enseñarle a los estudiantes, mira, puedes usar la IA, pero pregúntale, dame ideas o cómo debo iniciar un párrafo, cuál es la estructura adecuada para escribir sobre un tema específico, o regálame un listado de vocabulario en inglés y español que yo pueda utilizar para escribir sobre X, Y, Z, y más bien utilizar la IA para que le facilite ese proceso, más no para que lo haga por sí mismo. Y finalmente, ya es una cuestión de actitud. No podemos irnos tampoco a los extremos, como hablábamos con la profesora Valentina, de que, usted utilizó IA 0, sino que, venga, ¿usted utilizó IA? Sí, profe, sí la utilicé. Bueno, por favor, haga esto, vaya, corrígelo, entréguelo otra vez. Brindarle oportunidades al estudiante para que reflexione, número uno, y para que mejore. Porque así como hay IAs, también hay herramientas que detectan IA. Pero así como hay herramientas que detectan IA, hay herramientas para que no le detecten la IA. Y así nos vamos a pasar toda la vida, porque en realidad existen. Hay herramientas como ChatGPT Zero, Zero AI, bueno, y hay otra cantidad de herramientas que supuestamente le ayudan al docente a determinar si el estudiante utilizó o no IA con lo que realizó. Pero también hay otras que te dicen, pegue aquí el contenido de la IA para humanizarlo, porque así se llama, humanize the test. Entonces estamos entrando en un juego de que el gato y el ratón, ¿no? Yo quiero descubrir si mi profesor se va a dar cuenta que utilicé esto con IA, y el otro es, yo quiero darme cuenta si en realidad mi estudiante hizo este trabajo. Y es aquí en donde vamos a la conclusión de, es la ética. ¿Usted para qué va a la universidad? ¿Para sacarse una nota o para desarrollar unas competencias que le van a servir para en su vida defenderse y poder trabajar o, no sé, tener un futuro, digamos, cómodo y confortable? Pero ¿qué pasa cuando el estudiante es un estudiante 5, porque la IA le ayudó muchísimo, qué sé yo, y se gradúa? Entonces, vaya a la escuela Santa Marianita de Los Ángeles, en donde no hay IA, no hay luz y no hay internet, y enseñe. ¿Qué aprendió? ¿Qué va a enseñar? ¿Qué es lo que va a hacer allá con todo lo que la IA le hizo y le sacó los 5 que recibió? Entonces, es en realidad entender que lo que estamos haciendo no es engañar a un maestro ni a una institución, ni pasar con un promedio excelente, sino en realidad para qué mi maestro me pidió que haga un ensayo, para qué mi maestro me pidió que haga un lesson plan, para qué mi maestro me pide que haga una exposición. Pues es para que usted logre desarrollar en ese proceso de formación esas habilidades. Pero si toda la carrera alguien más, llámese IA, compañero que le ayuda, como lo que usted mencionaba en su presentación, lo hizo por usted, pues muy seguramente cuando ya lo deba ejercer en su vida profesional, nadie lo va a hacer por usted. Gracias.
Vale, profe, muchas gracias. Tengo un caso conocido de un amigo que, ingeniero, y hoy no se imaginan el problemón que está metido porque le hizo caso a la guía. Porque yo les decía a ustedes, acuerden que los expertos son ustedes. Que nos dé ideas, pero si yo no filtro esas ideas, ya le parece muy fácil simplemente copiar, pegar y hacerlo. Y ahorita está metido en un problemón al riesgo que creo que va a perder la tarjeta profesional. No sé si permanentemente o temporalmente, pero iba a tener eso y va a quedar con ese problemita. Entonces, sí, tenemos que tener mucho cuidado. Yo les hice mucho énfasis hoy en el tema de la ética, ¿no? El tema de la IA es una ayuda y nos puede ayudar a mejorar un texto, pero ayudar a mejorar un texto, no a escribirnos el texto. También les dije, tengan mucho cuidado porque la IA se equivoca y a veces es mentirosita. Y entonces cuando nosotros nos ponemos a leer, nos damos cuenta de que eso no es de una persona. Y es experta en decir mentiras. Ella le escribe, usted le dice, escríbame una tesis, escríbame un trabajo con referencia y se lo monta. Y hoy uno revisa de referencia y esas referencias no existen. Porque me ha pasado, lo he visto. Entonces tengan mucho cuidado, o sea, sí se puede usar para ayudarnos a mejorar, para refinar una idea. Pero les decía también, acuérdense que la IA no es inteligente, los inteligentes somos nosotros, entonces tenemos que usarlos como una herramienta.
Brevemente, no los voy a demorar. Le digo ya a los estudiantes, profe Freddy, a los que están aquí sentados, que una cosa es la IA, lo que le da teóricamente, ¿o no? Y otra va de la práctica. Exactamente, porque a usted le puede decir la IA, haga el paso a la clase de la introducción, haga el desarrollo, haga la conclusión, qué maravilla. Pero cuando va al escenario, la IA no va a estar con usted. A usted que le toca defenderse y son muy afortunados ustedes, mis queridos jóvenes, que en esta universidad hacen prácticas desde cuarto semestre. Porque nosotros que ya tenemos un poquitico más experiencia, yo creo que el profe también, las prácticas de nosotros, a ustedes les tocó el de segundo, ¿no? Las que ya llevan un poquito más. A nosotros nos tocó ya los últimos semestres las prácticas. A mí por lo menos fue ya los 2 últimos y eso vaya un ratico y ya se fue. A que ustedes de pronto les cuesta, ¿no? El tiempo desde cuarto, todo el día, a qué horas trabajo, a qué horas colaboro en casa, ¿cierto? Se le vuelve a uno. Pero cuando terminen su carrera, van a darse cuenta, gracias a la universidad que me dejó desde cuarto semestre las prácticas, porque ya cuando vaya a trabajar, pero ese chico ya ha pasado por varios colegios, ¿no? Ya los conocemos, ya saben cómo es cada director de colegio por aquí cercano. Entonces ese es el uno, ¿no? Lo que el profe estaba concluyendo, lo afirmo totalmente, la IA es muy buena, ChatGPT le da a usted el mecanismo, pero eso que le da teóricamente, empiece a ver cómo lo lleva a la práctica. Y 2, yo les doy a ellos ética profesional, a varios de los que están aquí, y les digo, pues que obviamente es el hecho de saber que usted no puede hacer las cosas teóricamente y otras en la práctica. Usted no puede ser uno aquí sentado y otro allá, ¿cierto? Y más, cuando hay difícil acceso, también les digo, hay que usar plan A, plan B y plan C. Si no hay tecnología, ¿qué hace? Si no, tablero. Si no, utilice los materiales antiguamente que se utilizaban, las guías, las fotocopias. O sea, le toca a uno implementar ciertos recursos que el estudiante vea que es importante. Iba a una práctica, ¿qué día, profe? A visitar un colegio. Cuando me di cuenta, utilizaban unas fotocopias de un libro de hace tiempos. Terrible. Pero también fui en otra práctica donde desafortunadamente solo preparado con la IA y entonces se quedó quieto y no hizo nada. No, o sea, no es ni mucho ni poco, es saber que si no tengo en este momento IA y no tengo ese material antiguo, a ver, de tablero y salgo adelante, interactúo con los muchachos con tal de que haya la clase y aprendan. Ese era el compartir que quería hacer, profe. Muchas gracias.
¿Más? Bueno, entonces les agradezco mucho el tiempo que nos dedicaron. Espero que pues esta pequeña idea, pequeña experiencia desde nuestra visión, que llevamos unos años en esto, les haya servido para algo y sobre todo que los invite a reflexionar. Ese es como el objetivo de todo esto, que ustedes se vayan con una idea en la cabeza y traten de reflexionar sobre esto. Enfrentarse al mundo no es tan fácil. Bueno, afortunadamente aquí los están enfrentando mal hoy desde pronto, pero se van a dar cuenta que enfrentarse al mundo y a la realidad no es tan fácil. Y lo ideal es que esta universidad pues les da unas herramientas, unas ideas, unas reflexiones que mañana los van a rescatar en esa aula, porque a veces uno necesita eso, ser rescatado de eso. Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Ok, hola, hola. Hola, hola. Hola. Ok, muchas gracias, profe Freddy. Ahora vamos a hacer la entrega de un reconocimiento por parte de la universidad y asimismo un detalle.
Dear participants, speakers, workshop leaders, and attendees, we have reached the end of the 8th edition of the International Congress Beyond Borders, CLIL and Digital Transformation. Thank you all for your participation, energy, and for sharing your knowledge and ideas. To our speakers and workshop leaders, we appreciate your dedication and expertise. To our in-person and virtual attendees, thank you for being part of these enriching experiences. See you next time, and thank you all.
Queridos participantes, conferencistas, talleristas y asistentes, llegamos al final de la 8ª edición del Congreso Internacional Beyond Borders, CLIL and Digital Transformation. Gracias a todos por su participación, su energía y por compartir conocimiento e ideas. A conferencistas y talleristas, gracias por su experiencia y dedicación. A los asistentes presenciales y virtuales, sobre todo, gracias por estar presentes y enriquecer este encuentro. Hasta la próxima y muchas gracias a todos. Y no se vayan sin la foto, por favor.
Invierte en tu futuro. Estudia en FUNDES del Espinal. Derechos, licenciatura en Lengua Extranjera Inglés, tecnología en regencia de farmacia y especialización en educación e intervención psicoeducativa. Becas, descuentos y convenios. Llama ya al 320-225-4010. Institución sujeta a inspección y vigilancia por el Ministerio de Educación Nacional.